Alright, so apparently there's an escaped inmate here. And SWAT, they're saying SWAT is searching for an escaped inmate. My thinking is that they have reason to believe that he is in this house. And he might have been getting some treatment at some health facility, and he managed to escape then. I was hearing something about that, but I need to get more information. Alright, so I think I got something here. Search underway for escaped inmate in Torrance. This is from Fox LA. Authorities are conducting active manhunt in Torrance after an inmate escaped from custody late Thursday morning. Individual reported receiving treatment at Providence Little Company, a Mara Medical Center, when they managed to flee. Police have established a secure perimeter around the intersection of Torrance Boulevard and Anza Avenue to locate the suspect. Okay. What we know, the inmate was reportedly seeking treatment at a Little Company of Mary Medical Center when they were somehow able to get free. A perimeter has been set up in the area of Torrance Boulevard and Anza Avenue. But we don't know. The identity and description of the escaped inmate have not been released to the public, nor has the nature of the crimes for which they were originally in custody. Authorities have not yet confirmed if the inmate is considered armed or if they received outside assistance during the escape. Residents in the area are advised to close and lock all doors and windows until the search is over. Drivers are advised to avoid the area due to a large law enforcement presence. I'm not really sure why they would be outside here if they didn't have reason to believe that that's where he was at. I'm wondering if that's the medical center. There's nothing here that says. They don't have any kind of sound explaining what's going on. Because it's a pretty big place. Oh, now they're zooming out. It wasn't a sound saying that it was any kind of medical center, but this did not sound like it was a very big place. So like I said, the company sounded the place that it sounded like it was just some kind of clinic. And that doesn't look like a private residence. But they're understandably being told to avoid the area. Yeah.
Happened, as they said she did, that they ended years before any criminal activities came to light. So that was back in 2008. So Republicans likely pressing them on that exact date, on what happened before that date, what happened after that date. Again, we potentially could have some more comments coming from House Democrats. We heard them speak prior to this, so I imagine they might walk through this doorway as well, through this Performing Arts Center, as we heard from House Republicans, James Comer, the chairman, saying they will release that video as fast as possible. I don't know exactly what that timeline looks like. Also, Hillary Clinton noting that there were some interesting details at the end. And James Comer also made reference to some comments at the very end, potentially about what she said were UFOs, Pizzagate, obviously. That controversy and conspiracy has made its way through so many different social media channels. So interesting to note. And also, she did give some credit to James Comer and the Republicans, similar to the Republicans giving credit to Hillary Clinton for answering every single question today. Hillary Clinton, did give credit to some of the House Republicans about the fact that they asked her if there are other avenues, other ways that they can explore this investigation into what's going on with Epstein, or what came to light with those Epstein files. So she certainly said that she appreciated the fact that they were interested in that at least a little bit. So this was the initial statement coming out earlier on today that Hillary Clinton posted on social media, talking about this, saying, as we know, however, too often congressional investigations, partisan, political, which is an abdication of duty. The committee justified its subpoena to be based on the assumption that I have information regarding the investigations into the criminal activities of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Let me clear as I can, I do not, as I have stated on my sworn declaration in January, I have no idea about their criminal activities. I do not recall ever encountering Mr. Epstein. However, I never flew on his plane or visited his island homes or offices. I have nothing to add to that. She did say that she did potentially have interactions with Ghislaine Maxwell, though, as potentially someone else. She was a +1 at one of the initiatives, one of the Clinton foundations, potentially that Clinton Global Initiative, Clinton Foundation. So potentially that's how she had to run in with Ghislaine Maxwell. But she reiterated that there was no interactions with Mr. Epstein, that Hillary Clinton said she never went to the island, the home, or offices of Jeffrey Epstein. Again, just looking outside there here on Live Now from Fox, we'll potentially see some House Democrats coming through those doors speaking about this. We heard from them prior to this. We heard from Jamie Raskin. We heard from Representative Garcia, others on this
So we've got nothing really
through. So
new
you can see the
here when
tight
it comes
security
to
on hand for this. As the former president tomorrow, Bill Clinton, will
when it comes
be
to
there
Hillary Clinton.
for that deposition. And
Just
he will be in
more
an
of her
extended,
trying to
very
be like,
long version
why
of what
are
we
you
saw
living
today.
out? Why do you
Today
want
was
to think
6
I know
hours
anything?
in length, as Hillary Clinton reiterated that it was over and over and over again being pressed by Republicans if she had any interaction with Jeffrey Epstein.
Let's see her. I think what will be more interesting is last night I watched part of Liberty Podcast, and they've got more of Candace Owens today, and whatever it is that she was.
Confessed to the crime on multiple different, on text, cell phone texts, on multiple different social media sites. There's 5.
Let's get back here.
Can see this. Let me share this page. Boom. All right. So I want you to see what is going on right here. And this is the YouTube Creator Studio, the analytics page. I can tell you, before I did any of this Candace content at all, I averaged about 90. The average was like 98.5%. Like the lowest that I would ever get on a video is like 97, 96. So I want you to see what's happening. We got 15,000 views. We got 519 comments. None of these include the comments during a live. So this is the live stream yesterday that we had. We had 1,172 likes. So out of 15,000, we had 1,172 likes. 89% likes versus dislike is super low. And so what's happening is this stuff is very strategic. Whether it's bots, whether it's real people, it doesn't matter. But what's happening is after the video is done being live and it turns into a regular, normal YouTube video, we have this flood of people come. Number one, we get a lot of views. That's good. But on top of that, what we get are all these people downvoting
We have a new
my
game
content
here that
and
I'm
other
gonna
people's content as well.
try.
And it's a systematic strategic attack. So I want you guys to know what's going on. And somebody yesterday, when I was talking about the coordination that was going on with Candace Owens and what's boosting her between bots, people, and everything else, the reason that they're doing that so successfully is because they know how the system works. They know how algorithms work. And we need your help to do the same thing. So after these videos, after the lives, one of the best things you can do is go back and make sure you like. I mean, we got 15,000 views and only 519 likes. That's a problem. And it's not because obviously the content was good. I mean, I thought between us, our commentary, and Lisa yesterday, that's a good video.
Demo.
And again, they know how to work the system. They understand how these algorithms work. And this getting downvoted directly affects the views that we're going to get. This is a video that if it was in the 95 to 98%, whatever it is, right? A normal video with non-artificial dislikes. This is a video that would get like 30,000 views. So it has a dramatic effect, and they understand that. And again, when they do this to every single video that we put out that is opposition to Candace, it has an impact. And the same thing applies to X, which is why X is flooded with bots as well, to downvote, to put negative comments on your stuff. They know how to work the system, and people need to be aware of that. Tonight, obviously, we're waiting for Candace Owens to bring her thing up. I don't know when that's going to happen.
You guys, I'm not looking at the comments right now, but if you guys have any comments right now, but information was canceled or anything like that,
information was canceled or anything like that, put that in the comments.
But tonight, we'll be going through.
We'll watch part 2 of this. I was not prepared for yesterday. I mean, she took a week off to film what is a normal podcast. I mean, I was expecting like an actual documentary. I was expecting some field work, some cameras out in the field, Candace out there asking hard questions, finding new sources, being right there and actually interviewing these people and just digging up some dirt. I mean, if this continues and all we have is some genealogical nonsense that she spewed over today and tomorrow, I mean, my God, if she can't find the least amount of dirt on Erica, and she has to go back and pulling out news articles on her great-great-grandparents,
proves,
and she never even
suggests that it's an ancestral thing. We never actually have any proof that these clippings are actually her direct relatives. So that's the way that works. I want to talk a little bit about this too. You guys, for those of you on X,
for those of you on X,
so I want to show you what we have here. There's this email that's being leaked. There's this email that's going around, alleged email that's going around. They're saying, hey, this email is PPUSA, that's the allegation essentially. And it's coordinating messaging with all these different creators, telling them what to say, things like that. I want you to see, number one, when I first saw this email, I posted it. I didn't know this email was true. And it doesn't matter because no lies detected. We need to be coordinating against a coordinated message. This is exactly what's happening with Candace. From the very beginning, what's happening. I'm going to show you additional evidence of that. I'm going to show you additional. But essentially, what this is saying is, hey, people need to be saying this. Tag their accounts. People need to be saying this. And this is how we feel about this message. Well, come to find out. Number one, I was very suspicious. Saw this actual email. I know because I saw this actual email. If you saw it, there's a couple of things missing. Number one, there is no recipient. There's no name. There's no signature block. It doesn't look anything like email. It doesn't look. And you know as well as I do. And you know if somebody had taken a screenshot of an actual they would include all of that information. They would include and make sure that they have a direct link back to that. But this email was completely blank. Well, come to find out, as you come to find out, searching for this email and its origination, it came from this guy right here, Cognitive. Do not share this. I created it using AI. Do not share this. That's what I think. Might have been sent out as marketing. I posted it on the page with something like probably leak it out as real email. So that's what we have going on. We still have Candace Cultist creators today that are still sharing. And they know this information is out there, but they don't care. They don't care if it's true. They don't care if it's true. Just like they will lie and smear everybody out there. They don't care if it's factually correct. As long as the objective is met. And they want to accuse
Candace's opposition of coordinating.
And I can tell you right now, I have never coordinated with anybody other than whether I'm doing content with somebody. If I am, when I reached out to Andrew Colbeck, I reached out to other sources. I would call that coordination. I guess it's coordination. But again, all I did was ask questions and try to get information. So there was no. I have never seen any evidence of this mass coordination. Right? Again, whether it's me and Jay Witt, whether it's me and Lisa Knows, or some of the other creators that I've had. I guess there's some coordination there, but it's with our own show. There's not this systemic coordination that's going on at mass. What we do know is we've had systemic coordination going on from the very beginning with Candace's. And I want to share this. And I want to share this right here. So this guy was bringing this up, and bringing this up. And you know what? Let's go to the original question and comment. Here we go. William here said, dude, you have to be honest. If a group of people come and say the same thing, almost verbatim, you would claim something is fishy. It comes off Mockingbird-ish. Not saying yeah or no on the payment claims because I simply don't know, but Mockingbird Media, many of you look it. I said, you mean like how Ian Carroll, Ryan Matta, Baron Coleman, Project Constitution, Diligent Denizen, Stu Peters, Coach Colin, and many more have been coordinated with and parroting Candace Owens from the very beginning.
Recognize that you're.
Let's see what Grok says. At Grok, does there seem to be a coordinated and parroting of conspiracy theories surrounding Charlie Kirk's assassination, along with the attacks on TPUSA, Eric Kirk, by and with Candace Owens and a multitude of other accounts since September 2025? If so, please list those accounts. So Grok's response was yes. Public X activity since September 2025 shows a clear pattern of alignment. Accounts frequently cross-reference, quote, and expand on similar questions about inconsistencies in the Kirk assassination evidence, e.g. ballistics, scene handling, and Erica Kirk TPUSA leadership, often starting from and or amplifying real Candace Owens points. Listed accounts with repeated overlap. Ian Carroll Show, Ryan Matta, Project Constitution, Stu Peters, Coach Colin, Baron Coleman, Diligent Denizen, and allies. This reflects a mutual amplification common in skeptical circles, not proven centralized coordination. Mainstream sources maintain lone gunman narrative with Tyler Robinson charge. Now, what I will also say with that is we know there's direct coordination on a couple of issues. Number one, Ian Carroll is regularly hosted Candace Owens' show. We've also had Baron Coleman on her show. I also know that originally Candace Owens had the copy of the illegally recorded phone call with me and Mitch Snow. She actually passed that off to Stu Peters. And I know that for a fact. And then he released it. And this is what we see. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit here in just a second about some of the other trends that we're seeing. And I think that we're going to end up possibly seeing Candace Owens float later on. But what happens is some of this more salacious material that Candace Owens doesn't want to be caught putting out, she puts it down to her downstreamers. And there is direct coordination. I guarantee it. And you see it time and time again. So right now, what's being floated around, and I showed this to you a little bit yesterday, is the fact that there are several folks out there talking about
trying
to push the narrative that Erica was really a man. And here's just one, and their Project Constitution was the origination of this. Erica really is a man. They're going with this now. Erica was born a male and is a groomer. What that really means, Charlie Kirk was a fraud. His kids were fake. His life was fake. And he was gay. See who they're really attacking? There is no low too low. They are evil incarnate. And this was originally Project Constitution floating this out. He's done several more posts since then. By the way, his original post got 1.3, and that was last night. It's probably over 2 million, but it was 1.3 million views. So that's where we're at with this. And they will spread anything. And just like we saw with Project Constitution, spreading around the Instagram post where he completely blacked out the background, blacked out the text in there to try to let Erica Kirk was kissing a little girl. Come to find out it was her niece. But they completely pushed that out with a false narrative, and they do not care. They don't care about the truth. They have zero integrity, and that's how you know when you're on the right side of history. When these people don't. And look, there are things pushed to me all the time, whether it's in DMs, people are floating other things or suggesting that I post things that I'm just not comfortable with. I don't want to beat Candace Owens for the sake, like, it's not about Candace Owens. It's about truth and integrity. And if you have to violate the truth or the integrity to win, all right, you don't deserve that win. It's just like, hey, look, I want bad guys put away, but what I don't want is I don't want law enforcement that are violating civil rights to make that happen. And, that's a whole nother discussion for another day. But the way that we go about doing these things is important. And I saw, look at this. We got Jesus over in the chat. Thanks, Jesus. I love that guy. Folks, we need to talk about the Department of War and Anthropic refusing to
I think because it's the demo.
We can talk about whatever you want. I'll send you a guest link right now. Jesus. I told you you should come on and talk a little while. You know what? Just in case that you're able to do that, you want to jump on here. I'm going to send you a guest link
like,
if you want to jump on. You have time to do that. If not, we can definitely schedule something. We've been talking about, me and Jesus been talking about doing something together for a while, and both of us are busy and doing things. And on top of that, we have a huge time difference. So that's one of the challenges that Jesus and I face. Speaking of which, while we're waiting for
listen up, Mittens.
Candace to show up.
Welcome.
Jesus, if you just want to jump in for a few minutes, I sent you a guest link. If not, I completely understand. No big deal.
I don't want to answer the story.
I know you said you were busy today as well.
We need to get you acquainted with before we get
see, it's close to bedtime there. He's on the other side of the world. We got to get him in the United States. We need Jesus. Jesus, I'll sponsor you, man. What do we got to do? I got an extra bed for you. You can come out here and hang out. We'll take you out shooting. Go have some fun. Make you an American. So speaking of Jesus, I just posted a video he just released that I want you guys to go watch. He does an excellent breakdown from yesterday. So make sure you go to his channel, not right now, later, and go watch his video that he just released. Let me pull it up. Candace Owens' embarrassing investigation. I love Jesus' delivery. I mean, he's extremely funny, and on top of that, extremely factual. And that's something that we try to maintain here. Facts are important, right, folks? Not just for the sake of winning, like I said. What I do want to do while we're still waiting on
I'm not sure if I understand what it wants me to do.
Erica. While we're still waiting on the Erica series, everybody loves a little bit of drama. I do want to show you this real fast. All right. So I sent a reply. Actually, I don't know what I did yesterday, but suddenly I started getting hit from all the candy haters. They've been flooding in left and right. And I do want to show you this real quick because I thought it was a little bit funny. Ian Carroll decided to jump in. Gary, you're a funny man. If you did any research of your own, you would know that it takes time, but you don't, do you? That's a question mark that you should have thrown in there, Ian. But besides that, my reply is, unlike your lazy dipshit cult leader who never gets her elitist ass out of the studio. Not even once. I do plenty of research. My God, man, quit being such a bitch-ass simp. It's effing embarrassing. We all know the answer at the end of the day of your research, the Jews. Just start with that and save us all some time. Because that is Ian Carroll's message time and time again, is no matter what he's covering, at the end of it, we're going to do some Jew smuggling in there, and the Jews are the problem. And look, I haven't thrown a lot of shade at Ian Carroll or attacked him. I like Ian Carroll. I think he's wrong on everything. There's been a couple of times at the beginning of all this where he was very honest. That being said, I do think, I don't know what his motivations are. I have his phone number, and I've talked to him. I sent him texts early on. I was like, hey, man, I'd like to get you on and just hear your worldview. I am curious where all of this, and I've watched lots of this stuff, so I understand what he presents, but I want to get to the bottom of.
I never actually jumped on anything, though.
At the end of the day, where the Jews are the problems for everything. And now we have Candace Owens. And I called Ian Carroll Candace Owens' simp, because he does come to her defense more often than not. To be honest, though, I think that Candace Owens is influenced more by Ian Carroll than the other way around. And I do think Ian Carroll actually leads the way and has helped spread this. You can call it anti-Semitic or whatever you want. But it's clearly like it is prejudice to believe that the Jews in Israel are behind all the bad things that are happening in the United States. No matter what it is, it's the Jews, it's Israel. They're in control of everything. And it is such a, nihilistic and black pill attempt. Because that's what it is. It's meant to discourage you. Of course, I wasn't showing that the whole time. I apologize. But here's the actual tweet. So, that's what's going on with this. And these people do want to, the message here is don't vote, and the Jews are the problem behind everything. That's what they want you to believe. And that is so antithetical to what Charlie Kirk was doing. And just like here on this tweet that I have up here, hate the Jews and don't vote. My reply to Ian Carroll is upsetting all the Candace cult leftists pretending to be conservatives while telling you not to vote, for Charlie's sake. That's what he would want. Candace is sitting in her head simp, so I must be over the target. I do think it's odd that I got such a huge amount of folks coming after me yesterday, but that means I did something right yesterday. So we'll take that as a badge of honor. Let me just see if we got Candace doing anything. I don't see what's going on here. Let me check the chat real quick. If there's any super chats, I will cover those real quick. And like always, we will prioritize the super chats and try to get to as many of your live questions as possible. MJM, is it just me, or is anyone just tired of all this? I don't mean Gary. I mean the truly evil work, Candy. These demons are spreading day after day. I am tired of it. I am so fatigued mentally and physically over all of this stuff. I wish that we didn't have to address any of this stuff and could just move on. There's two things, and I kind of want you guys to understand a little bit where I'm coming from. After the Mitch Snow thing, I was planning on
how did I even end up there?
Just dropping it and going back to doing what I need to do, because I needed to pay attention and put more time into my business and other things. But then they came after me. They tried to smear me in completely dishonest ways. And I was like, nope, you're not winning. You're not winning. And then it was at the same time that I was actually going to SHOT Show. So my wife's father died one week. The next week we were at SHOT Show. So there was like this big attack campaign right after the Mitch Snow thing. And then I was basically offline for a week. And they thought they had finished me off, is I realized later on. I kind of realized at the time, just kind of briefly paying attention. I wasn't getting wrapped up in it or fighting in. But at that point, I was just resolved, like, you're not going to beat me. I don't care what you say, and I'm coming after you, and I'm not going to stop. So that's where I'm at. We're not going to let them win. And the only thing that we have to do to not let them win is just stay in the fight.
This looks like it's a game that
they're ramping it up
have to
because
play with
they know how effective I have been
maybe?
at dismantling their BS, as well as so many other people are jumping on board now. And I would like to think, and I'm going to give myself a little bit of credit here. I do think that getting out there and being as vocal as I was and putting myself out there at risk, because it was a big risk, and it still is. Courage is great. Courage is contagious. And all of a sudden, people realize that they could speak out against Candace. And yeah, people are going to come after them, but at the end of the day, it's going to be all right. And that's been a big learning point for me in all this. There's been a lot, right? First of all, going back to knowing your operational environment. When all this started, having come from Butler, I knew that there was some risk involved and I needed to be careful and things like that. I now have a better understanding of how not to leave myself open to vulnerabilities that can be used by them. All right. There's some mistakes that I've made that I wish I could do differently. But they were honest mistakes, right? Like it was, the whole Andrew Colville message. I told you guys what I was doing. I put it up there, didn't look. With that being said, never was I dishonest. I just gave them an opportunity and gave them ammunition to use against me. That's never going to happen again. And I understand the operational environment of what's going on, but these people are not going to stop me no matter what they do. And I don't care if I do make 1,000 more mistakes. We're going to keep going forward because, again, I've been honest with you. Anytime that I've gotten something wrong, I've come back and I've corrected the record. And that's how this whole thing should be conducted. And we should have honest brokers of information out there. And the problem is we have some honest people out there that lack a spine, that are on the right side of this philosophically and factually, but they're just afraid to go out and speak. So we need more people that have some courage, that have some backbone to go out there and push back. And somebody the other day was like, hey, coordinate me. And I'm telling you folks, you're in the fight. And I just gave you some key information, whether it's my videos or other people's videos. Go back and make sure you like those videos, upvote those things, understand how these algorithms work. That's the first step. And then if you want to get more involved in the social media and you want to get your voice out there, come talk to me. I bet you can talk to Jesus. I bet you can talk to many people out there that will help you get started and will, brain dump all the experience, all the information that we have and try to get you started in the right way so that you don't make some of the mistakes that we made, whether that's, buying the wrong camera or saying the wrong thing, and just having an understanding of how the opposition is going to attack you and being prepared and guarded for that. So, that's where it is. Truth Rising, you're not blocked. I just happened to look up and see this. All right, let's hit a couple of super chats, and then I got a video that I want to play, and then we'll check in on Candace one more time. So there's that. I was able to sub, but not able to super chat. Trying again. We got you. We got you. I should just hey, no, didn't super chat. Try one more time. Double the super chat. Am I the only one that finds it ironic that Candace will completely disregard Mitch's background, stating it does not matter, but is digging so deeply into Erica's, even her parents' wedding date? Look, there's nothing that makes sense about the way that she's defended Mitch Snow and what's going on with. And more importantly, I get it if she's look, I think Candace Owens. She can't stand to be wrong, right? And that's what happens no matter. And that was the blowback that she originally got with Mitch Snow. By the way, speaking of Ian Carroll, where I lost respect for Ian Carroll was the fact that I know for a fact, behind the scenes information, Ian Carroll was telling Candace, don't go with the Mitch Snow thing. He's a liar. He's trash. This is bad. This is a bad thing to do. And she got pissed at Ian Carroll. And he's been out there silent for a long time, hasn't said anything. And instead of just breaking contact with her or even coming out and saying these things publicly and denouncing Mitch Snow, all he did was play teams and zero, had zero integrity. So that's where I'm kind of hey, Ian Carroll, I had some respect for you. I liked you. I disagree with you. We could talk. To You know what? And on top of that, if you're going to come attack me, like, just get out of here. Thank you, Andrea, for becoming a YouTube member. We appreciate you. I think in the next couple of days, we're going to do another member show. So you guys get some topics that you'd like to discuss, whether it's Candace, whether it's politics, whether it's guns, gear. I don't care. Whatever you want. We're going to do another member show. And you guys will have my undivided attention. And I will offer you guys links so that you can jump in. You can talk to me either just audio or come on the video as well. Air Jeff, number one, I appreciate seeing you in the comments. You had some really good takes yesterday that I enjoyed, that kept things light. You got a good sense of humor, dude. Couldn't chat at all yesterday. By the way, fantastic Temu investigation yesterday. More far. I did a poll yesterday on X, and I said, what is the furthest? Far or more far? You guys go check that out. Oh, Tammy McDonald. Let's see you, girl. My friends who's heavy into politics pulled Candace Owens record, and she discovered Candace Owens hasn't voted in the past 3 elections. My friend worked for Trump's 3 campaigns. Doesn't surprise me. Look, I'm just telling you right now, everybody keeps saying she was a leftist. She's not a leftist. She's not ideological at all. She is a self-centered narcissist, and which, by the way, later on in the show, folks, we're going to have Jeanette Caribbean come on. She is a clinical therapist. She's going to give you her take on Candace's mental state. And I don't want to put words in her mouth, and I don't want to frame it incorrectly to get her in trouble. I know she has to say things and do things in a certain way so that professionally she doesn't get in trouble. You've got more fortitude to watch her than I do. Thanks for doing what you were doing. I can't express to you how much, and that's why I don't do these watch parties very often. I can only take so much, folks. I sit there, and this is an emotional issue for me for a couple things. Number one, the fact that she's just sitting there lying, and I know she's lying. And it's just all the little things that I pick up, the little twists, the little erosions of truth, the little omissions of truth that just offend me to my core. And then on top of that, what you have is the other thing that just drives me nuts and gets me genuinely angry is the fact that so many people are buying it. Like, it is so disappointing to realize that we have such dumb people out there and will support this nonsense to no end. Like, there's no low that Candace will go to where she will lose support. And that's mind-boggling to me. Candace could come out tomorrow or today, and again, she say, you know what? She's a Jew with no proof, and she's a guy. She's actually a man, and 98% of her audience will jump in and support it, defend it, and you need zero proof, zero evidence whatsoever. My favorite part of yesterday was we found out where Erica went to school. Yeah, that was some groundbreaking information there. I've been in contact with James Caddis, very close friend of Charlie and his wife. Video came out on YouTube 2 days ago about the topic at hand. I've never even heard of James Caddis, so I need to look him up. We will try to find him. All right, folks, again, if you haven't done so already, make sure you like and subscribe. And again, we want you to become a member. Go down the links below. All right, down in the description, there's some links. If you're not following me on X, and you're not following me on Instagram and the other socials, make sure you go do that. All right, the other thing that we're going to do while we're waiting for Candace to show up, like, not that hard. Why can't you just show up on time there, Candace? You got so many people waiting for you. You hear what you have to, oh, here we go. It just popped in and refreshed the page. It's in 26 minutes. So it's basically going to air at 6 o'clock. Let's look at this. Let's just, for giggles, let's check out or her comment section. This is always fun. All right. Let's go up here. More far, me far. I wonder how many hate watchers are here. I'll raise my hand. Just looking through here. Oh, look at this. Gary is such a loser. It's so funny. I love being on her show. I am the obscure YouTuber that she can't keep her name out of her mouth, and I'm always in her comment section. So speaking of the comment section over here, let's take a look at this. We had another guy that was talking about the different bots and the inorganic activity that's taking place in her chat. Let me see if I can find that real quick. This is why I need a producer. We can get to this stuff much faster. Piper, if you're in the crowd, we need you, girl. And I am, look, there's a couple of folks that reached out to me when I said I need a producer. I appreciate that. I do have some money in mind. I want to confirm or deny whether or not she'll be able to do that. And then we'll start going down the list, and maybe I'll have a couple of folks. I know some of you can't do it every night or whenever I'm having it. So I think we do need some redundancy built in. Let me see if I can find this. I had it on one of these tabs and I clicked off of it. All right, here's what we're gonna do. One of the things I want to pull up real quick is I want to show you guys or share with you this Matt Walsh video. We're not going to get to all of it, but he does a really good job. And the main thing that I want to cover is at least the first portion of this, because I think it brings a lot of sanity to this discussion and a little perspective of what's going on. So let's go ahead and let me share that there, and let's play this.
And what I was doing when I heard about the massacre at Sandy Hook almost 14 years ago. It was the second national tragedy in my lifetime after 9/11 that left an indelible and permanent mark on the conscience, something you remember for the rest of your days. Now, the two events are not the same in terms of their scale, severity, geopolitical importance, or death toll, obviously, but they were so shocking, so morally outrageous that they imprint themselves somewhere deep in your soul, like a kind of psychological impact crater. I also remember, just as vividly, the conspiracy.
Just want to address this real quick from Silverback. Look, you got to get with the times, man. So Silverback, I'm no longer getting $7,000 a post or a video. First of all, for videos, I've been upgraded, bro. All right, I got a promotion. I'm getting $28,000 for video, $14,000 for a post, and a $20,000 bonus anytime that I show an idiot's comment. So I appreciate the $20,000 you just hooked me up with. Thank you.
Theories that almost immediately sprouted up like weeds around the Sandy Hook shooting. Within days of the attack, if not hours, it had been decided by legions of internet commenters and a few prominent right-wing personalities, Alex Jones most famously, that the attack never actually happened. It was staged. It was a hoax. The government had perpetrated an elaborate ruse, one that apparently involved hundreds of people, including not just government officials, but members of the media and so on. The dead children were not actually dead, or maybe not.
Folks, hopefully you remember, like I do, the Sandy Hook shooting. And Matt is exactly right. And we're going to talk through the normal evolution and progression of how these conspiracies come to play. And what it is, it's always a bunch of people outside looking in with very limited information, and then coming to a conclusion very quickly, and then constantly looking for ways to support that conclusion, as opposed to objectively analyzing what's happening and then waiting for more information to come out to fill those information gaps. And this is such a great example because we know, for the most part, all right, I know there's a lot of people out there that are still hanging on to the Sandy Hook conspiracies, but for the most part, I think most of us agree that a lot of the assumptions at the beginning of Sandy Hook were just completely false. And Matt goes through this, and he talks about how this applies to the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Ever existed. The grieving parents were frauds, crisis actors, playing a role. Now, none of this was true, of course. There was no evidence to support any of it, but many people apparently believed it anyway. They pointed to weird details surrounding the event, and from those data points, if we can call them that, they constructed an entire cinematic universe. The conspiracy theorists said that the initial reports out of the school were inconsistent and contradictory. There was talk of a second shooter, but then it turned out that there was only one shooter. They pointed to other things like news articles about the shooting with timestamps appearing to show that the articles were published before the event occurred. And most of all, they pointed to the mannerisms of the parents. They circulated clips of the parents smiling or appearing to chuckle or behaving in other ways that were deemed strange and inappropriate. Now, rather than conclude that people respond to grief differently, especially when there are cameras pointed at their faces, the theorists decided that an inappropriately timed smile must be evidence that everything we think we know about the crime isn't true, and instead, their wild competing narrative, for which there was no actual evidence, is true. In reality, there were reasonable explanations for all of the weird details. Early reports out of mass casualty events are almost always inconsistent. Reports of phantom second shooters are extremely common. Timestamp news articles can be wrong, and people who are grieving sometimes smile. Anyone who's ever been to a funeral knows that. At any rate, even if these little tidbits were unexplained, even if we all agreed that they were somehow bizarre and troubling, they still wouldn't prove the conspiracy theory. Indeed, if Sandy Hook was all a highly coordinated government ruse, then why would they post news articles about it ahead of time? Why would they put out inconsistent information? Why would their paid crisis actors be smiling? As is often the case, the conspiracy theory makes less sense of these points than the so-called official narrative does. The conspiracy theory does not do the single thing that a legitimate theory is supposed to do, which is to make sense of the facts on the ground. It makes less sense of them. It introduces even more unexplained and unexplainable variables. It takes a well-supported narrative with maybe a few holes and replaces it with a new narrative that has 10,000 more holes. Now, in the case of Sandy Hook, this wild and baseless theorizing was not just an academic exercise. Real children actually died. Real parents were dealing with a trauma beyond comprehension. And now, thanks to the Sandy Hook truthers, they found themselves cast as the villains of the story. You know, it wasn't enough to suffer the worst tragedy of their lives. Now they also had to deal with being demonized and defamed for no good reason. I bring all this up because it reminds me very much, to an almost eerie degree, of the third national tragedy that impacted me and many millions of Americans so deeply that we'll never forget where we were when we heard about it. That would be the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Just like Sandy Hook, Charlie Kirk assassination has become the subject of wild and baseless conspiracy theories. And just like Sandy Hook, one of the living victims of this tragedy, in this case, Erica Kirk, has become, for no good reason, a target. She's been demonized and defamed, and on the exact same basis.
Let me throw this comment up here. I want to address kind of the overall thing. Zochi Blue says, are you calling us dumb, Gary? I'm going to be as kind and as charitable and more kind and more charitable than the conspiracy theory Candace Owens side has ever been to us or to me. You have a couple of options here. Either you're completely illogical, you're ignorant of so many things
I'm
that
having a hard time figuring out
force
what
you to
it
come
wants
to
me
bad conclusions. When you believe bad information and you use that to see a larger picture, you're going to come to the wrong conclusions. Or you're dishonest, or you're delusional. Those are pretty much the only options. And even going back to a post that I shared today, I want you guys to know kind of where we're at in all this. You know, going back to the beginning of this entire situation, starting back in September, before Candace was even an issue or anything else. I knew that this was a psyop because when I came out and I said, hey, you know what? September 11th, I was already talking about this. Day after Charlie Kirk was killed. It wasn't a palm gun. That is idiotic. And here's why. What was the response? You're paid by Israel. I was like, what are you talking about? And then we had the camera gun. That came out. A few days later, I was on making videos. Hey, this is dumb. Doesn't make sense, and here's why. There's no recoil. We don't see any flash. We see that Charlie Kirk was obviously shot from the front. Like, the physics of it doesn't make sense. What was the response? You're paid by Israel. What? You're a Fed. That's what the two responses. Like, you take the most ridiculous thing, you push back on it, and now you're attacked for it. As someone that actually knows what the F he's talking about when it comes to firearms and ballistics. Like, I don't care about all these other folks that are out there claiming to be ballistics experts. They do not teach long range. They have not been doing long range for over 20 years. They do not study long range. They do not load. They do not have the terminal ballistic. There's hardly anyone out there with the terminal ballistic testing that I have done with multiple different rounds. I have companies that send me firearms to test. I have companies that send me ammunition to test. I don't care if somebody else says they're a Green Beret, especially when they're an 18 Echo, a comms guy. That means nothing to me. That, you know, I'll just tell you, VFT, I hear this all the time. Hey, Nate over at Valhalla, he's the same as you. No, he's not. He's an 18 Echo. He's a comms guy. He's not a sniper. He hasn't been teaching long range professionally. He doesn't have companies sending him guns and ammunition to test. He doesn't have his own line. We have our very own line of custom rifles. Like, I do, and I was doing this long before I was on YouTube. So just stop. I understand the variability of firearms and ammunition better than 99.99% of the people out there. That's just a fact. And so again, when I say, hey, you know what? It's not a palm gun. It's not a camera gun. There was no tunnels because, by the way, the two hatches there, which are to control the water on the water feature that I've seen personally, number one, they were exposed the entire time. So there's no way for someone to be underneath the table out of a secret hatch or a secret tunnel shooting Charlie. It's just dumb. So when I said that, you're paid by Israel, you're a Fed. Like, no, like, and that is like a month. I didn't come out directly against Candace until like mid to late November. And I was already getting all these attacks because people were so sucked into a narrative and they wanted to believe it so bad. And on top of that, I do think that there was an artificial psyop already taking place. That from like September 11th, I think that this entire situation was being hijacked by political and foreign actors. The first thing that they started to try to do was to deflect away from the idea that a trans-loving, furry, gay kid killed Charlie Kirk. The left celebrated it. They predicted it online before it happened. There's tons of evidence that says it actually took place. We have DNA evidence. We have surveillance footage evidence. We have his own parents. We have his parents that have never come out and said he wasn't guilty. We have so much evidence. There's literally never been a case that you can find where we have the public has had access to more definitive information and evidence than we've had with Tyler Robinson. That's a fact. And when you're talking day 2, day 3, day 4, a week into it, I'm being accused of taking money that, like, all of this is funded by Gary. Notice I don't have any sponsors. You know what sponsors all of this? Paramount Tactical Solutions. That's what sponsors this. And I lose money doing this. I could be making 3 times as much money doing something else. I'm putting my reputation, my time, my business, my family, all on the line because I think this is so important, because I see what's taking place. And we have never had a psychological operation that's so pervasive, so effective, and so obvious to me than what we're seeing right now. And it is to destroy the left. It is to destroy Charlie Kirk's legacy. It's to destroy his company that got Donald Trump hired and elected. It is to destroy Erica Kirk. I think that's mostly just a woman scorned, that portion of it. But the political, and you can think about all the people that would have a stake in jumping onto this and using it for their own advantage. Every other nation, there's not a nation out there that wants to see Donald Trump or number one, they don't want to see Donald Trump win the midterms, because if the Democrats win the midterms, like, we're done. He is a lame duck. We're not going to see anything else accomplished in the last 2 years of his presidency. And by the way, on top of that, what the Democrats know they can do, if they win the midterms and Donald Trump gets nothing done, they're going to use that as a political bludgeon the entire time. Say, look, Republicans didn't get anything done. And all of us are going to be so discouraged and disillusioned that a lot of people are going to stay home. Definitely the moderates, definitely the independents, and some of the lukewarm Republicans that sat through 2 years seeing nothing done, they're going to stay home. And then there's other people that are like, you know what? We got to vote for change. We got to vote for Democrats. That's what this psyop is about. And I'm telling you, folks, you got to wake up to what's going on here, because what's happening is not good. And so that's my answer to you, Xochitl Blue. We have so much evidence that you all are just going to reject outright. There could be, somebody said it on X today, there could be a video, a 4K video that comes out tomorrow that shows Tyler Robinson himself squeezing the trigger, and people will just reject it outright. No matter how much proof you put in front of them at this point, it is now a cult, it is now a religion, and you're believing it without any evidence. And you not only believe in all of these other things, they're willing to believe anything else. If it's drones, if it's an exploding microphone, they'll believe it all with zero evidence, in spite of all the evidence that says that's not true.
Okay.
And that is a deluded person. That is an illogical person. That is a person that believes in fantasy and will put fantasy in a narrative over truth and evidence every single time. That's where we're at. So hopefully that answers your question. And like I said, I was trying to be as kind as possible there, Xochitl Blue.
The Internet Peanut Gallery has decided that she smiles at inappropriate times. She rubs them the wrong way. They don't like her vibes. And for that reason, she must be the villain of the story rather than the victim. Now, we're finding out that the internet is like the Matrix. It allows you to construct whatever reality you want for yourself. That's how the trans craze took hold. That's every weird subreddit full of bizarre perverts living out their fetishes in the company of other perverts who share the same interests. And it's what conspiracy theorists do. They marinate in a selectively curated assortment of facts that stitch together whatever story they're telling themselves. The earth is flat, Sandy Hook was staged, Erica Kirk conspired with a half dozen foreign intelligence agencies to murder her husband and frame a gay furry, etc. And this time around, the chief media personality promoting the alternative version of events is, of course, Candace Owens. Now, as you may remember, a couple of months ago, I laid out the reasons why, contrary to claims by Candace, it's clear that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. To the extent there was any evidence of a potential conspiracy, it involved the several trans activists who posted messages online that appeared to indicate, at a minimum, that they may have had advanced knowledge of the assassination plot. And of course, there were the strange text messages between Robinson and his roommate, in which Robinson stated that his roommate had seen him engraving bullets. But there was no evidence whatsoever to suggest that Charlie Kirk's associates, or Erica Kirk, or Turning Point USA, or the French government, or the Israeli government, or the US military had anything to do with Charlie's murder. Now, for months, Candace has stated otherwise. In October, she wrote this message on X, quote, "With all we've crowdsourced, it looks like a decision to murder Charlie Kirk in Utah was made around July 18th. A military meeting with foreign leaders took place on July 20th on US soil. The plane flew into Provo, direct from France on September 4th, and stayed until just after Charlie was assassinated, flying out to Wilmington on that day. The plane returned home to Egypt the following day."
I also want to point out that during this exact same time,
why can I not give?
She was also stating that they hadn't even
I
planned.
don't understand.
They hadn't even planned that event until like a couple days, 2 or 3 days into September. That was the lie that she was pushing. And the point of that was to limit the
I'm
amount
not
of
sure
time
what
that
I'm doing
allegedly
wrong.
Tyler Robinson had to plan that. But we also found out, and I showed you guys this in a couple different
I can
videos.
only get.
We knew that it had actually been announced at least a week before that. So the late August. So this is actually contradicting a lot of the information that she's putting out to begin with, because according to her, TPUSA hadn't even started the planning for this till much, basically,
One is
early
pulling,
September,
but the other is
late
not,
August.
and I
we
don't
that's
know
not
why.
true. So this is just one more thing that kind of goes against her. I recommend that you guys watch that in its entirety. Let me hit a couple of more of these super chats real quick. We got about 6 or 7 minutes before Candace Owens going live. Shan0016 says, I appreciate the watch parties. We can hear what she is saying. We can stand up for the truth, and Candy doesn't get the views. It's a win. I appreciate that, and I agree. The other thing I like, look, when I go 2 or 3 days without watching her, like there's so much stuff that comes out, and then when I'm trying to catch up. So these watch parties are important to debunk some of these things and bring awareness to some of the nonsense as it's happening, and also just keeping me up to date with what's being said. Mama Don 2021 video titled "War is about to erupt in the Middle East. Christians beware." Correct spelling of his name is Caddis. Date is February 24th. He thought of Charlie's little brother was the White House. Was at the White House for the Medal of Freedom presentation. I will look him up and we'll look into him for sure. And man, if we can get him on the show, I'd love to have him. Cooking with the Wilsons.
Oh my God!
Accusing
Finally,
Erica of acting has never experienced a tragic death in your family. She's acting to make it through. Couldn't agree more. And look, the problem too is like no matter what she does, she cries too much. It's a problem. She doesn't cry enough. It's a problem. Point is you have a bunch of bad faith actors sitting there, picking her apart, and there's nothing that she could have done differently that would have led those people to a different conclusion after whatever it is they're interpreting is done. And that's just the truth. The first thing that was said, it was a sniper. It was a professional shooter because a 150-yard shot, like, dude, a 10-year-old kid can make that shot. I released a video shooting a much smaller target at the same distance, standing up. I can get anybody. My 8-year-old son was shooting 1,200 yards when he was 8. All right, he's older now, 12, but still, nothing hard about it. I'm calling Candy fans dumb, just like the wicked witch herself. I think the truth is just like what Trump was saying at the State of the Union. All I can do is point to the candy cult and say you are evil, because what you're doing is evil. Whether you are doing it wittingly or unwittingly, you are engaged in extremely evil, disgusting, despicable behavior. You don't have to like it and get mad at me for saying it, but it is truth. I don't know what to tell you. We've never accepted this in the history of our country, allowing people to go around, smear people, and accuse them of horrific crimes without evidence. We've never accepted that, just from a society standpoint. And also on top of that, that's why we have defamation, slander, and libel laws, so that people can be held accountable for those things. Thank you, Gary. Say it louder for those in the back. Respect, sir. Thank you very much. What a very generous person you are, and we appreciate all the super chats from all of you. But thank you very much, Tony Morrow. And we got Daniel. Diane, I'm just going to stick to Diane. Diane, thank you for the $3 super sticker. We appreciate that as well. The other thing I want to talk about too and bring up is the fact that this entire discussion is reduced to this. What we are saying, and I see all these people out there saying that we're trying to shut Candace down and we're violating her First Amendment or like whatever, like free speech. Nobody's trying to shut her down. Our argument from the very beginning is show us the evidence. And then their response to the lack of evidence is prove her wrong. It is illogical, doesn't make sense. I can't debunk evidence that's not presented. Can't do it. And I'll use the same analogy I've used 100 times. I can go out there and I can say, I've seen Bigfoot. And I come back in here, I can convince you all that I've seen Bigfoot. And then when somebody's like, well, we need some evidence for that. No. Just prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. If you can't prove me wrong and you can't prove that I didn't see Bigfoot, then I saw Bigfoot and you just have to accept it. And if you say that I didn't see Bigfoot and that the idea that I'm going to provide you some sort of evidence, well, you're just trying to shut me down. All right, I'm clearly over the target. That just proves I saw Bigfoot. I mean, that's the logic of this lady, and that's the lunacy of this entire argument. Like, you're not on the side of logic, common sense, critical thinking, even though that you all, like, I see this all the time. Like, all you got to do is use some critical thinking. You'll see it our way. No, the exact opposite. Critical thinking is the exact opposite of what these people are claiming. Critical thinking is not just accept the narrative without evidence. The opposite of that is true. All right. When I'm the one sitting there saying, and you all are out there, the smarter audience that understand how these things are supposed to work. When we say, hey, you know what, you got to provide some evidence before we're going to believe this nonsense. That's critical thinking. And then if you do provide any evidence, which we've yet to see a single piece of evidence on the material claims. We have no evidence that the French and Israel were involved in killing Charlie Kirk. We have no evidence that Mitch Snow saw Erica Kirk, Brian Harpel, or walked into a meeting that was the final briefing of a conventional forces unit planning a assassination of a U.S. citizen on domestic soil. Like, you've never given us the evidence of that. And I love the Mitch Snow thing, where it's like, number one, they want to sit there and say that I proved his story was true. Well, clearly, even though that
what happened now?
in multiple times, that Candace Owens herself
I've
said,
been spotted
I know
by
he was
camera.
there.
I
He
feel
gave me
all
evidence that he was
purpley
there.
and wibbly.
Clearly, they didn't believe her. But me with a video
Peanut
of
Butter is
his
causing
son,
quantum
which I talked to two other
superstate to
times, and I
collapse.
said
Is
the
that
entire
bad?
time, I believe that Mitch
Far
Snow
from
was
it.
there.
You
I
have
have a whole
become
montage here.
theoretical.
But apparently, because Mitch Snow's son says, hey, I got a
You
call from
can't
Fort
exist
Lauderdale
in two
at like
places if you're being
noon, by the
absurd.
way.
But I'm
Not at
trapped.
7
The doors
a.m. when they
super shut
alleged he was there,
behind
which
me when the camera
coordinates
turned
with
on.
the incident report that says it was after
The
11,
interference stay while
11:17.
not passing
It
through
was
the
11:17
pictures.
when all of those things
To put
happened.
it simply,
So that's not proof. And again,
if
going
you're
back
purple
to,
and wibbly, you can go through
if I go out there and I
purple
say I
and
saw
wibbly
Bigfoot,
things.
take a picture of me out in the woods and come back and say, hey, this is proof I saw Bigfoot. You don't see Bigfoot in the picture. It just proves I was out in the woods. That's not proof of anything. It's just another, like, it's so dumb. And people are like, oh, yeah. Clearly, Gary proves his entire story. Like, if you're dumb enough to fall for that false narrative, that is dumb. And if you're that person, you're dumb. I don't know what to say. Tammy McDonald says, thank you for always telling the truth and your patience. Well, thank you. Thank you guys for your support. Let's check in with the Queen of Lies and see if she is. We're still waiting. Still waiting. Let me just refresh this in case we got something. No, we're still waiting. It's past the time it was supposed to start. She can't even get her pre-taped production going on time. Pretty wild. Well, let's continue to watch Matt Walsh. I think
On September 11th. In November, Candace provided the following update, quote, urgent. 2 days ago, I was contacted by a high-ranking employee of the French government after determining this person's position and proximity to the French couple. I've deemed the information they gave me to be credible enough to share publicly in the event that something happens. In short, this person claims that the Macrons have executed upon and paid for my assassination. Yes, you read that correctly. I'm told there is one Israeli that is on this assassination squad and the plans were formalized. Again, this person provided concrete proof that they were well placed within the French government apparatus. Further to this point, this person claims that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion, 13th Brigade, with a multi-state involvement. I have more specific information, which is definitively verifiable, should they care to reach out to me. That same month, she posted this message, quote, today's going to be a big day. What we will present in the Charlie Kirk investigation is going to change everything. That is not an exaggeration. Nothing will be the same. In December, Candace followed up with this message on Instagram, quote, it feels like today will be the day that the government can no longer deny it. Charlie Kirk was assassinated and our military was involved. I can't wait to share this information with you guys today. She also wrote the following on X, quote, I received information last night that put the final pieces together for me. I can now say with full confidence that I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA and some of the very people who eulogized him on stage. Yes, I'll be naming names, providing evidence for my claims. You were lied to and leadership knew. Now, around the same time, Candace interviewed a guy named Mitch Snow, who she says she was connected with via email. And Mitch Snow claimed with 95% certainty that he saw Charlie Kirk's head of security, along with Erica Kirk, at a military installation in Arizona right before Charlie was murdered. Watch.
Mitch, welcome to my podcast. It's so great to have you here.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be here, Candace. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I obviously, you know the story of how I instantly got the email from one of your friends that just said, you should call Mitch, after I prayed and said, I'm missing a piece of this. Please, God, give me a piece of the story. And the first email I see when I get back from church on a day of holy obligation is this email. And so, Mitch, my audience is...
All right, I hear this trope all the time. And these are people that are watching way too much true crime TV. For any homicide or kidnapping, you suspect the closest relative, friend, business partner. So widow or widower are first suspect because they can hire hitmen, and there are life insurances too. That is somewhat true. That being said, you don't continue to pursue it when you have all the evidence. You have video evidence of somebody on the roof taking a shot. You have DNA evidence of somebody taking a shot. You have that same person that has actually... I got Candace in my ear. Hold on. She's going live right now. We're going to switch over in just a second. When you have the person that has actually confessed to the crime on multiple different text, cell phone text, on multiple different social media sites, there's 5 different times, left a premeditated note underneath the computer for his lover, like, and then on top of that, actually confessed to his parents. And then his parents are the one that saw him on the CCTV footage, turned him in the security footage. And then on top of that, what we have is we've never had them come out and say otherwise, even when they could. There was like several weeks there where the charging documents were in place and there was no gag order. There is now, but there was a time when the only people that were under the gag order was like 2 weeks long. The only people that were under the gag order, and Andrea Burkhart explained this, that gag order was only for the defense attorneys and the prosecuting attorneys. That was it. Now, they may have been advising everybody involved not to talk to the media, but let me tell you something. There's nothing that would ever stop me if I thought that my son was innocent and I saw all these trumped up charges. So this idea, I would be coming out, and I don't care what would take place. I would say, hey, you know what? My son is not guilty. There's nothing that could stop me from doing that. And I think most of you parents out there realize this as well. There's so much evidence against Tyler Robinson that, and they have been investigated. All right, Eric Kirk has been investigated. TPUSA has been investigated. You just don't have that information because no one's going to give it to you. And that's the other thing. Like we've completely lost the plot, and nobody seems to understand how basic civics work anymore. All the information that we have, the video footage and everything else, was not to convince you
wait a minute.
that the state and the FBI were investigating the right person. All of that information, all of that CCTV footage that was released was to identify the person, because we didn't have them. All right, Tyler was still on the run at the time, and it worked. And as a matter of fact, they are going to preserve all of the evidentiary footage or all the other information that they feel is relevant to the case. That means what they did is they went through that footage and they pulled out clips they didn't think was relevant to the case, that would have an impact on the case whatsoever, but it was enough information for people that know this person, whoever did this, that they would be able to be identified by people that know them. And it worked. Tyler's parents, and this was reported by Candace Owens, actually. And she said she had a source that confirmed it. It was Tyler's parents that identified him and ultimately turned him in. So we can continue on with this nonsense. But the fact is TPUSA, Erica, has been cleared.
Really?
And there's so much evidence saying that they're not involved because someone else is the perpetrator, the shooter, Tyler Robinson. Like, I don't know why you guys continue to beat this drum. So, all right, here's what we're gonna switch over. I'd much rather listen to Matt Walsh talk about this, but we're gonna switch over to Candace Owens and play that. So let's do that.
Their grandchildren are suddenly referring to them as far and more far. I'm proud of us. We classed up, America. We're taking that. We're taking that from Sweden.
You can have it.
Maybe dedicated to all the fars and more fars out there. I was actually speaking to one of Erica's exes, and he told me a pretty interesting story. I thought it was very interesting. Aside from offering the standard, I do not recognize who this human is at all anymore. I don't recognize the person that she is pretending to be. Very different when we dated. Everyone says that across the board when you ask them about their relationship with Erica. But he did tell me another interesting little tidbit, a little anecdote. One morning, he would often, I guess.
Anecdote. We're already into it. We're already doing it, folks. It's an anecdote. That is hilarious that we are already playing that game this quick. Let me make this big screen. One thing I wanted to comment here. I hope that if I was to ever run into any of my wife's exes, that if he sat around and was able to watch her, that she would be a completely different person than he knew her to be. Because there's a big difference between being married with somebody and the type of person that turns you into, and especially once you have kids. Of course you're going to be a different person. How many of you were not a different person after you had kids? That you were more responsible, more thoughtful. A lot of people find God. Like, I don't know where Erica was in her spiritual walk during the time that she was dating whomever. Like, this is so unfair and it's so dumb. And yet, again, what we have is people sitting back saying, yeah, like she's completely different than she was when she was married. When she was 25, she was a completely different person than she is now at, she's 36? It's just a farce. It's just another attempt to smear people.
Speak to Erica about how close he was with his grandfather. His grandfather had already passed. He's dating Erica, and she's getting to know him and his life and the things that matter to him. He says that one morning, Erica wakes up, and she tells him that his grandfather, who has passed and who he adored, came to her in a dream with a message. And he just thought that was quite odd. I thought that was an interesting story. It tells us a little bit about Erica because that is a psychology of sorts. It kind of reminds me of when Meghan Markle would spray Diana's perfume on to sort of attract Harry. We're learning a lot more about Erica and her psychological profile, and we are going to discuss more of that in depth today. So welcome back to Bride of Charlie.
Wait, to get stuck into the actual demo?
To hide.
What? Okay.
Okay, so on background, I don't know how far down various rabbit holes you have gone, but if you are a regular viewer of the show, then you are very familiar with the name Aleister Crowley. If you are
I thought I
not,
was in the demo.
please, in your spare time, hit Wikipedia, read maybe Hollywood Babylon, Chaos. Look, the short and the thick of it is the elites practice occult sex magic. You just got to accept that is just.
I love how she's suddenly all into psychology when she has rejected psychology time and time again and said that it was evil. Even yesterday when she's reading the psychobabble nonsense of a tweet from Elizabeth, whatever her name was, she like confirms it, like, oh yeah, she's definitely right. This is a great psychological analysis. And then she goes into this diatribe of nonsense and just like, it didn't even make sense. She was saying, but she went through Sigmund Freud, she went through this. She basically downplays, oh, and by the way, the Jews created psychology. We always got to throw the Jews under the bus somewhere. But now she's all in. She's like, all right, we're gonna psychologically analyze. Which, by the way, that's exactly what we're gonna do to Candace Owens, because tonight I won't want to say that. Jeanette is gonna be on here and she's gonna talk about her field of expertise when it comes to psychology and apply that to Candace Owens and however that she would like to do that. I don't want to get her in trouble or speak for her.
Circumstance at the top. They've been doing that for a long time. They get together and they have these satanic sex parties where they try to summon various demons. That sounds crazy, I know, but it's real. It's right there in your face if you just look into history a tiny bit. And Aleister Crowley, who was once termed the world's wickedest man, would host these parties all across the world. And he even created his own religion around it. Science of Thelema, black magic.
Like, even if all of this stuff is true, and this is what she does, she paints with such broad brushes that she's talking about all these evil things. And psychologically, what's going to happen is then she introduces Erica into the story. And just psychologically, her weak-minded followers are going to overlay those things. And now they're going to walk away with at least the mental impression that Erica Kirk is involved in these demonic sex parties, whatever that she's talking about here. Yes, and she jumped from subject to subject.
There are so many stories out there regarding Aleister Crowley attempting to summon various demons.
Every single episode drives me crazy because it's so incoherent. That's one of the problems with every single one of her episodes. She jumped from subject to subject to subject to subject. Like, yesterday was the craziest thing I've ever watched. Like, I could not keep up with genealogy over here. They were related to this, more far. Like, they got it wrong. Clippings of alleged relatives from the 1930s and 40s of them going to jail and being involved in lottery and printing lottery tickets and Jewish schools, Project Looking Glass, MK Ultra. Like, she just threw everything that she's ever talked about into one episode and didn't do anything to undermine Erica's credibility or her as a person for the average reasonable-minded person. But yet she continues to speak, and all of her followers just thought it was just a masterpiece.
In France, he tried to summon Pan, I think in Paris, and many times people would end up in the hospital. But probably the one story that ranks supreme is something that happened in 1923 in Sicily with one of his acolytes. Aleister Crowley was sort of grooming a young Oxford student to become his magical heir. He saw this young Oxford student and said, "You've got it. You're amazing. Come down to Sicily and let's try to do some spells together." This was a 23-year-old student, okay? Aleister Crowley thinks he has the it factor. They go down to Sicily, and the kid ends up dead. I'm actually going to bring on my producer, Ashley, to explain to you a little further what happened.
Look, can we just go back to the fact, like, why did she take a week off? What is she doing here? Like, I was expecting, again, some sort of pre-taped, hard-hitting expose, some field interview. I don't know, but, like, why did she take a week and a half off to do the exact same podcast that she does every single day? There's nothing different than what she's done in the past. Like, I don't understand.
And they were working on an invisibility charm. Take a listen.
Yeah, so basically, Aleister Crowley was convinced that he was able to make himself invisible, and he was trying to bestow that power upon his little magical heir, Raoul Loveday. This was during one of his infamous ceremonies at his abbey in Sicily. But during the experiment, they both got really sick. Aleister survived, he was fine, but the nurse that was helping them said that Raoul became slowly fainter and fainter until he just completely disappeared. And so Aleister buried him in a quote-unquote empty coffin, like there was absolutely nothing in it. And later, Raoul's wife, who was there, she was present for all of this. She blames Aleister Crowley for this. But just a few years later, in 1929, they came out and said, "Oh no, actually, he just died from inflammation of the intestines. Nothing to see here."
So I'll tell you why this is important, why Aleister Crowley is so significant to the things that are happening today, okay?
I would love to know why this is important, because some guy somewhere decided that he was going to trick people and tell people that he was becoming invisible. How does this apply? What does this have to do with Erica Kirk? Please fill us in.
What ended up happening was Mussolini, the evil fascist, kicked him out of the country for being a Satanist. Fortunately for Aleister Crowley, this didn't actually matter because he was friends with the elites all over the world, including, and this is just a historical fact, a woman by the name of Pauline Robinson, who would eventually, after spending time with her friend Aleister Crowley, 8.5 months later, she gives birth to Barbara Bush. Okay, this is just, again, a little over 8.5 months after hanging out with Aleister Crowley. Obviously, Barbara Bush is the mother of George Bush. Now,
okay, so I guess
Tap faster.
Barbara Bush's father is Aleister Crowley. That's where we're going with this, and somehow we're going to link this to Erica Kirk.
This is the source of the rumors that Barbara Bush is actually the child of Aleister Crowley. Now, why am I saying that? Why am I starting this episode speaking about these occult rituals and the idea that the elites are practicing occult magic? It's because it's important that as we begin to connect dots throughout this series, that you fully digest, as I told you yesterday, that Operation Paperclip was not about rescuing brilliant Jewish scientists who were being persecuted from Germany. It was about rescuing wealthy occult perverts like Sigmund Freud and his boys. No,
it was about rescuing, in spite of the fact that some of them were Nazis, rescuing freaking some of the best and most brilliant minds out there. That's what Operation Paperclip is about, amongst other things.
To them as scientists, saying that they had scientific breakthroughs so they could go on doing perverted things and go on being the elites. The same families have been in power for a very long time. Everything else is just an illusion, okay? I don't know.
Courtney, for what it's worth, we actually have 1,558, now 1,560 people watching because we are simulcasting on YouTube, X, Rumble, and Instagram and Facebook. But I agree with you. We should have a lot more. Who cares?
How some people don't recognize that. Just looking around at who they keep
What's
trying
right
to tell
viewers?
us is a genius. How is it always the rich people? Do you guys really think that every offensively wealthy kid who makes his butler do his homework grows up and becomes a tech genius? That's just the story that we keep being told. Jack Parsons, unbelievably wealthy kid who created the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. That's the precursor to NASA's Apollo program. Oh, he was such a genius. He was trying to literally summon demons. He was Aleister Crowley's protege. He was doing the exact same thing that Aleister Crowley was doing, throwing elite sex parties, saying, we're going to create a moon child, everyone, sex, drugs. Look, Elon Musk seems like a nice guy, but do I believe he's running 17 trillionaire dollar companies at the same time while also having 49 baby mamas? No, I don't. I don't accept that. Bill Gates, that one bothers me the most. Oh my God, shocker. He's in the Epstein files. Look at him, people. Look at him. Look at his face. Of course he's in the Epstein files. You really think this guy is just such a genius? He went from computers to pharmaceuticals to poisoning African kids. He's just so genius. Yeah, I'm troubled the most by people who ever bought that man was smart. Poor middle class people know we can never go on to become geniuses. It doesn't work like that. Now I want
Poor middle class. Like, is this not the same leftist message that we always hear? All right, she's demonizing the wealthy in multiple ways, and then she wants to sit there and pretend that she's not an elite wealthy person. Her husband's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. She's worth at least dozens of millions of dollars. She's made that much money just off of this series, between what she's gotten in views, what she's gotten in sponsorships, what she's gotten in super chats, what she's gotten in merch, what she's gotten in different memberships, her book clubs, like millions upon millions. I'm sure it's well over $10 million that she's made since September. And she's going to sit there and she's going to demonize the white rich people. I mean, it's ironic.
kind of want everyone to just wake up from this occult spell of thinking that these people are smarter than you. They are not. Natural geniuses, which do exist, like Charlie Kirk, you have to either play ball with the elites, meaning hand over whatever it is that you have built to fulfill our ends. Let us be in control of the message. What you're doing is big. We want in. Or if you say no, you wind up dead. That's how the world works. And the military is responsible for keeping particular families in power.
This is exactly right. She throws in some basic facts. She interprets them for you, interpretations that are completely subjective, that there's no way for her to definitively say. And then she moves forward with that new set of facts. And that you, if you're a weak-minded moron, you believe it. Like, yep, that's the conclusion. That's the conclusion. So now we can move to the next conclusion. And now we can move to the next conclusion. None of which is supported by truth, evidence, or anything else. It's somebody's opinion, hers, that brings you to the ultimately whatever narrative that she wants you to believe, without supporting any of the stuff, other than throwing a bunch of facts at you, interpreting for you, completely subjective, throwing opinion. By the way, a very ignorant opinion. We talked about that the other day when we were talking about the bomb dogs. Bomb dogs are not gun dogs. We don't even know if the bomb dog story is true, but even if the bomb dog story is true, it makes no sense because bomb dogs are not gun dogs. Bomb dogs are not typically used and often miss guns. That's just a fact. We showed the expert. It was a great show. If you haven't seen that show, Debunking 10 Lies of Candace Owens with me, Artie Trolls, and Edie Lowe, you need to go check that out. Great show.
It's pretty much eugenics at the top and social engineering at the bottom. And we have proven over and over again as a society that we are subject to psychology. Our minds are malleable. They've trained us via marketing to poison ourselves so that we can't have more offspring, aggressive marketing campaigns, propaganda, repeat promises of scientific breakthroughs. Scientific breakthrough, oh my God, we had no idea it caused cancer. What do you mean she can't get pregnant? We're so shocked. This is what the military does best, okay? Psychological operations. You've seen it in this entire lead up to Erica.
What is she talking about? What military psychological operation is taking place? The only psychological operation that's taking place is hers. It's hers. It's this. All of this nonsense that's being hijacked by, I guarantee you, the George Soros types and the enemies of this country, and trying to convince people that this is real, and or that people involved in this, including everybody in the Republican Party, are evil, that you shouldn't vote, we should let the left win. That's the psychological operation. The military is not doing a psychological, there's no proof. And again, she went through all of this stuff. You know, we're being marketed to, our brains are subject to psychology. Oh, well, that's a freaking, might as well say our brains are subject to thoughts. I mean, it's so dumb. And then we jump to, it's a military psychological operation. That's what they do. Everybody believes it, right? And all of her sycophants are like, oh, yeah, this is a psychological operation by the military. There's no proof of it other than Candace saying it. She can't even show anything. I want to hit a couple of these super chats. Matt
Well,
Walsh
it's not
released a
letting me
video
move.
against the conspiracies today. Absolutely worth a watch.
Why
We
is
actually
it
watched
letting
at the
me
beginning,
move?
but,
Okay.
we only got a few minutes in, or young lady, Daredevil's daughter. I just saw the Daredevil at the beginning. My bad. Didn't mean to misgender you. And who am I to decide which pronouns are? But we did start watching it, and you're right.
That
It's definitely
makes
worth a watch,
sense.
and I'm gonna watch the rest of at the end of the show. She took time off to consult with her attorney about the series first. Yeah. Oh, Sarcastic Liberty. We've had her on the show. Sarcastic Liberty, need to get you on the show again soon. Love having you on. What the hell is she talking about? Slop is making me unhealthy. She is seriously demonic and evil. I agree. She's the one subjecting people to psychological operation. She's the one that's deceiving you. She's the propagandist here. She's the one twisting the truth, omitting the truth, and just telling you lies. And
What
stating
was
them
I
all as
gonna ask
fact.
her?
Her opinion is fact.
It is part of the reason I believe, I don't know if you thought about this a lot like I have, why did the military choose to have us all watch Charlie's execution? Think about that. They could have just like,
Well, where are we going with
Okay,
this?
wait a minute.
How did the military decide that we were going to watch Charlie's execution? And this goes back to all the other things we've said before. If you are going to kill Charlie Kirk,
Yeah, I
there's so
have
many
it
easier
now.
ways.
Oh,
And again,
okay.
what she's doing, she's taking the spotlight off the left, off the furry, trans, gay kid that actually killed Charlie Kirk, and pointing it somewhere else. Now we're at the military. What happened to the French? What happened to Israel? Now it's 100% apparently on the U.S. military. That's what we're going with.
poisoned his drink or something, done their standard, mess with the brakes and get into a car accident. I don't know. But no, they wanted us to watch it. They wanted to make sure that we all watched it and we had an emotional reaction
Watch it.
and that they could sort of harness our emotions to get behind Erica. That was where it was supposed to go. You watched it. She's
Where's the
Okay.
evidence, Candace? Where's the evidence that says the military was involved? Where's the evidence that says they planned this so that we get behind Erica?
the widow. That's why they just keep saying the
Widow.
thing. She's the grieving widow. She's a grieving widow.
I mean, how psychotic and sociopathic and just non-human do you have to be?
I
so
don't
loosely talk about
understand.
Erica Kirk the way that she does. Oh, the widow. Oh, she's such a grieving widow. You wanted us to pray for her, for Erica Kirk the widow, and pray for the kids. Like, it's such a slap in the face. Like, if you can sit here and watch this and your conscience and your soul not be disturbed,
Okay, wait a minute.
you need
okay.
God, you need prayer,
I think I'm
you
getting
need
it now.
possibly medication, because you do not have a soul. You do not have all the same feelings that an average human does. You just don't. There's something wrong with you. And there's clearly something wrong with her. It's evil. It is some of the most evil thing I've ever seen on display. I've never seen such inhumane behavior on open display the way that Candace Owens does.
Oh, never mind everything that she's doing right now. Never mind the lack of concern that she seems to have for this investigation. Me sitting down with her and her speaking about Charlie, and never is emotion coming up. And she's like, yeah, I like to work. But then when I see the first trace of emotion, it's about her mother, who's alive. Charlie's dead. Charlie's dead. Everyone recognized something was off about that. The way that they are defending her is crazy. I've never seen anything like it. I could do 27,000 series, like I said, about Hillary Clinton. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't care at all. But Erica, my goodness, that there is something there. You cannot touch or speak about it because, well, they cast a spell. What's wrong with you guys? Well, anyway, let's quickly recap the military connections that we've already established in the Erica Kirk story, right?
She's already established. You guys see how she's seeding these people's minds? We've already established it. This is why these morons walk out of these watching this nonsense. And like she gave us receipts. Because now she's reaffirming. She is using psychological warfare. She is using information operations tactics like I've never seen anybody use it. It became so obvious to me with the first Mitch Snow story that she released. Before the one before she actually brought Mitch Snow on. The way that she told that, the way that was laid out, it was so engineered. And that's what she's doing. It's established. We've already established this. It's been proven in my last few comments. And now we're moving forward. Now we've established this. And all of her sycophants are like, yeah, it's established. They got receipts. She proved it. She proved the military was involved. There are going to be millions of idiots that get done watching this like, that was awesome. Man, she proved that the military was involved. And you know how she proved it? She said it was
Oh,
established.
goodness.
My God, people, you're getting taken for a ride. Wake up.
So we learned that Erica was born at the Good Samaritan Hospital on either the 20th or the 22nd of November of 1988. It depends on who's telling the story. Is it Erica? Is it Lori? Is it Erica's dad? A hospital graciously gifted by the Marine Corps after they were kind of caught experimenting on human brains, because who among us hasn't been caught experimenting on human brains unethically? Youth, I guess, is wasted on the young. You should also know that Far Carl Kenneth was himself a military man. He served in the Army Corps of Engineers. I have to tell you, having looked through so many people's stories, I do believe that the Army Corps of Engineers is not always engineering, planes. I think sometimes they're just engineering society. Social engineering is what they're
Engineering planes. Candace, do you know what the Army Corps of Engineers does? No, you don't. But you're just going to talk about it. They're engineering society. They're doing social engineering. No, they actually have literal engineers. And they're not engineering planes, you moron.
into. I'm not speaking about Carl Kenneth specifically, but that's very obviously one element of
Come on, get
our
down.
military. Now, Erica's father and her mother, Lori and Kent Fronsvay, as we learned, were married in Marblehead, Massachusetts. We still cannot find a single shred of proof regarding that union having taken place, but we do acknowledge that it is the birthplace of the Marine Corps aviation. Although whether that marriage took place in the 80s, whether that marriage took place in the 90s, or whether that marriage took place at all, we will see if we can discover throughout this series. But today, I would like to discuss with you guys Kent Fronsvay's first wife. This woman is very important. The woman that he married before Lori, in my opinion, is one of the more compelling characters in this story because she's very powerful, she's very connected, and she has quite a peculiar background. And ultimately, her life, despite the fact that she married Kent first, is going to plug right into Erica's life. This woman's name she died 2 years ago, Dr. Jerry Fronsvay. Look at Dr. Jerry Fronsvay. I'm going to tell you about Dr. Jerry Fronsvay. She keeps her name. She also dies in Arizona. Everybody's in Arizona. You would have no idea if these people were exes, and they seem to get along quite well. They keep doing business together. Well, oh
my God, they stay in the same state. They get divorced. They stay in the same state. Man, I have family in Michigan that even though it's complete, they're in the Detroit area. I can't get them to move out. I'm like, look, I've been all over the world. I've been to Baghdad. And I'm telling you, Baghdad is a nice place in Detroit, Dearborn Heights, and all the other places. And I'm like, you guys got to get out of here. Like, move to everywhere is better. And they won't leave. And same thing happens. Like, we have generations of families that stay in the same state, but she will take even that and turn it into something suspicious. It's unbelievable.
Jerry was born Jerry Pitts in 1943. She was born into a very strict Mormon household. Yeah, fun fact, Erica's father was at first married to a Mormon before he got together with Lori. Jerry's Mormon family is from Arizona, a very powerful Mormon family, but she herself was raised in Indianapolis, Indiana. Jerry also happens to be a victim of child rape. Okay, now she's going to tell the story in a different way. She's almost going to, when she retells the story, make it sound like a love story. It's weird to me. I don't think a person should be trying to normalize child rape, or if they do, they probably shouldn't hold any future positions of power over children. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I'll let Jerry tell it. Let's read a bit of this article from 1981 where she recounts her own history. It tells us that at 14, she ran away from a strict Mormon upbringing in Indianapolis to get married. She says, quote, "I was a straight A student and was about to get the worst mark of my life, a C in algebra," Fronsvay said in an interview. "I couldn't face my parents. I loved my boyfriend. We saw an opportunity and we took it. I lied about my age. I altered my birth certificate. I then smeared it with Clarisol to make it look older. 6 months later, we asked to come home and we were welcomed. She was a mother before her peers graduated high school and divorced before she was old enough to vote." Okay, so just to recap, she gets married at 14. Not mentioned is the fact that she's already pregnant. Okay, she then runs away for 6 months to the other side of Indianapolis, uses Clarisol so she can get married at 14, has this little shotgun wedding. She gets married to a guy named Carl Pangerl. Carl Pangerl, spelled Pangerl, is 5 or 6 years her senior. I can't really tell. Look, she's already telling us she's forging docs, so he could be 5 or 6 years her.
So, look, I mean, going back to I don't even know where we're at this point, whether in the 60s, 70s, 80s. I don't know. The point is, like, we have a long history of people getting married a lot younger than they used to. And yeah, they did forge documents and everybody, like, everybody's family is full of this stuff. And she's going to pretend. And I would love to go back into Candace's family. I wouldn't actually. I'm not interested in that. I know there's a lot of people that are interested in that. They want to go back and I've had I bet you I've had 500 comments either on X, YouTube, and other places. At least 500 comments where they've said, "Gary, you got to create a docuseries like Candace do it on Candace, like she's doing to Erica." And I'm not interested in that. I really ain't. I do actually hope somebody does it, but I'm not personally interested in it. I want to hit this comment because this is the question of the week, the month, the year, and until this is all over. Weak watchers is confused about why Candace is even important enough for Americans to worry about. All sounds like middle school drama that does nothing for Americans. She's important. Look, she is swaying millions of people. I think there's a lot of bot activity. It does not take much. It does not take much to sway an election. I wish she was not as relevant as she was. And I've studied this. And before I got into this, I wanted to look at what her real impact is and what's going on. The impact is real. It's important. And you need to recognize it for the threat that it is. And, you know, when you got people like Michael Knowles talking about how we shouldn't even give her any air, like, I don't even understand. Like, his entire show is pointing out what the left is doing. So under the same rationale, he should just shut up and let the left do whatever they want. And he should, like, all he's doing is bringing attention to the left or whatever it is the issue. And then he has the audacity to go on and say, we should do like Trump. He doesn't ever do that. Are you kidding me? That's all Trump does. Trump is the guy that calls people out. He is the one that points like, hey, you're evil. You're stupid. The Congress is trying to destroy this, all the Democrats. And he calls people out by name constantly on tweets, on True Social, in person. Like, that's all he does. And that's why he's been so effective. And that's where the right, we have never been good at this. We've never understood the human terrain and how to negotiate it. We believe that if we just sit back, we stay quiet, we do what we're supposed to, lead by example, the left is going to follow us. That's not how it works, folks. You got to face evil head on, and you got to call it out. And that's why the left is winning. The left understands social media. Most of the people, even in the comment section right now, and I'm even behind a lot of these other folks out there, they understand social media. We don't. We're just like, oh, you know, I don't want to get into these squabbles because we don't have time for this. I don't have time for this either, but it's important. We don't have time for wars sometimes, but guess what? When you got a war and you got people that are coming to your shores or whatever else is going on, whether we're talking about I'm not talking about global war on terror, I'm talking about, you know, the Civil War or the revolution, real wars that matter, right? When you have troops on your shore, ignoring them doesn't make them go away. You got to go meet them head on and drive them out and make sure that we bring the fight to them. That's what we got to do. Let me hit a couple of these other super chats and we'll carry on. This is what happens when a pope blesses a block of ice, but I'm Catholic. Against that, LOL. Is Candace Alex Jones in drag? When is she going to get sued? I mean, look, I love Alex. I've been on Alex's show a couple times. Alex gets things wrong, but let me tell you something. He has more facts and evidence backing anything that he says, more so than Candace. Candace is like the Jerry Springer, the National Enquirer of news, facts, or even conspiracy theories. She gives conspiracy theories a bad name. She really does. If she loved Charlie so much, then why didn't she look into Erica before he married her? She loved, like, apparently her vibe meter was way off because she has said multiple times that, you know, Erica's amazing. She's great. She's awesome. She hung out with her. What happened to her vibe meter? She wasn't getting dreams then? Candace forgets to mention her dad lives in Arizona and her grandfather who raised her was a Jehovah's Witness. I have the documentation to prove it. I've heard that before, that her family is Jehovah's Witness. At least she was married to prevent a bastard child. LOL. I would really appreciate someone putting this into a spreadsheet, a flow chart, please. Heck, you probably get AI to do that. So somebody that has ChatGPT, throw this in the spreadsheet. I don't know exactly what you're talking about.
I don't understand what it wants me to do.
There's lots of things that we need something like a flow chart or a spreadsheet to just be able to understand what's going on here and so to take it all in and keep track of it.
Senior. And just so you know, he's going to go on to become a bishop in the Mormon church because marrying a child is apparently not a disqualifier. In fact, she tells us her parents welcome them back into the home. Okay, I guess. Let's keep going. They divorce, and then Jerry somehow becomes a bookkeeper. She gets into accounting. So it doesn't matter that she got knocked up at 14, that she's married and divorced before she turns 18. She's still somehow able to just get a good job and begin a career. She becomes a bookie. She learns clerical machines. And I would love to know who exactly it was that she was bookkeeping.
Save Smile, thanks for letting me know that I missed your super chat. I apologize. Have on Robert Spencer, Brigitte, or AP2 to talk Islam. Send me an email. Any of these folks that you would like me to have on, you all send me an email to dlpodcast@ParamountTactical.com. If not, I'm gonna, by the time we're done with this, I'm going to forget all those things. So send me an email. Anyone that you guys suggest or topics that you guys would like to see me cover, send me an email. It's the best way to do it. Thank you. And sorry about missing your super chat because I was way down the list. Save Smile. Thank you.
Because I think it probably was somebody pretty important because Jerry then suddenly marries some top brass in the military. Her second husband, and we're not going to get it, just going to give the facts about him. He's a man named Kenneth Himsel, and he's a captain in the Indiana National Guard. Goes on to become general, a major general. They get hitched in 1965. Jerry's now got connections. She gets a bachelor's degree in psychology. That same year, psychology is what she is about to become an expert. That's going to be her career path She just gets psychology, particularly.
This just objectively and factually is not true. Left or right, 90% or more are bought by AIPAC. That needs to end. Make AIPAC a foreign lobby like JFK wanted to do. I don't really care what we do with AIPAC, and I don't really care what we do with lobbying groups, but this is just objectively isn't true. All right, you can go look and see the money that's being spent. Qatar is much higher than AIPAC and or Israel. Like, there's a lot of money in politics and foreign influence, and I'm with taking all of it out. But a lot of these things that are being pushed around are just not true. And then on top of that, there's a good argument to be made that there's lots of lobbyist money getting poured into different campaigns. They don't typically. All right, I'm not saying that this doesn't happen where they go to somebody and like, hey, look, if you say the right things, we will support you. All right. Typically, though, when you're looking at AIPAC and some of these and the NRA groups, and I've been involved with different gun lobbyist groups, they're not going around with money and trying to influence you, for the most part. All right. What they're doing is just looking at your voting record and looking at your politics and deciding whether or not they're going to support your campaigns. Now, some of that stuff gets played into that. I am all about getting rid of lobbyist money, whether it's foreign or domestic lobbyist groups. I think there's something that we can have that discussion. I am sick, and again, I even now, I am so indifferent to Israel and AIPAC and everything else. I'm more on their side now for all the things I talked about the other day, because all of these idiots attacking me and being on the side of evil are all anti-Semitic. So that tells me I don't want to be on your team. These people must be doing things right, or they're less evil. The lesser of the evils for sure. And I've looked into AIPAC. I've looked into all the different money that is influencing the United States in our politics. There's a problem with all of it. That being said, 90% of what's being said about AIPAC, I haven't found the evidence of that. I haven't found the evidence. So I'm fine. Let's get rid of all the money out of politics. I don't think that's constitutionally going to be accepted. I mean, at the end of the day, one of the things I always talk about is, I think capitalism is the truest form of democracy. Where we can put our money, that's what really matters, right? That is an expression. That's how we get things done here in this country. So I don't know how you're going to be able to get rid of all that stuff. But the fact is like there's a lot of other lobbyist groups that are much more influential and are spending more money than AIPAC and or the Israel foreign lobby either.
With the psychology of children. It's now 1970. She's 27 and she becomes a social worker in Indiana. And instantly my mind, and I get it, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I pretty obsessed with MK Ultra.
You're just dumb.
I don't love anybody that was a psychologist in the 70s, especially one that's connected to the military, especially someone that's connected to the military in Indiana who happens to be a victim of child rape herself.
Oh my
I'm not loving
God.
it. A lot of red flags here. It's immediately suspicious because MK Ultra was in full swing. And if you did not know, Indiana was a major hub for MK Ultra action. The universities in Indiana were factually involved in experimentation. In fact, Indiana was actually the place that the government manufactured the LSD to drug people with for their experiments.
Alrighty.
You can thank Indiana for the hippies movement. Thank you, Indiana. Anyway, suddenly Jerry's big time, okay? In 1971, she heads out to Chicago and she begins working for Quaker Oats for 3 years. Now, if you're like me, I was like, well, at least Quaker Oats, we know, hired a psychologist for what? She says she was helping them with marketing. What kind of marketing?
No, I didn't catch that. I don't think she said that Erica was married before. I mean, yeah, who cares? That's between her and Charlie. But I don't think that was said, and I don't think that's factual. So, look, and I know it's hard to keep up. I'm trying to listen intently, and we just jump from one subject to the next, just incoherent.
Okay, official story. Like, I don't know, help us sell these oats. And if you're like me, I was literally thinking in my head, well, at least Quaker Oats was never involved in any weird MK Ultra type experimentation or anything. Except for that one time when Quaker Oats was actually going into mental institutions and force feeding a bunch of radioactive oats to little boys. Look at this article. This is our government. A spoonful of sugar helps the radioactive oatmeal go down. Yes, Quaker Oats was conducting experiments on unsuspecting young boys. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Anyway. The Atomic Energy Commission teamed up with Quaker Oats to experiment on children. Now, how long did that go on for? Did Jerry Franzfei herself play a part in any experimentation on children with Quaker Oats? Was this even related to MK Ultra? We're never going to know any of those answers. Put it out of your mind, because in 1975, the military orders the destruction of all of the files related to MK Ultra. So what we have today, which is already terrifying, is just a skeleton of just how far-reaching that CIA program was. But I can say confidently, I've always believed that MK Ultra was tasked with creating Manchurian candidates. I believe a lot of people in politics today went through weird psychology programs. It's my personal opinion. This is my podcast. I am entitled to it. Jerry meets and marries Kent Franzfei. Going back into her timeline. Okay, she meets and marries Kent Franzfei while she's working for Quaker Oats. And she's a few years older than him. She continues to climb.
Is this a Quaker Oats expose? Because that's what it seems like it is. Quaker Oats is the problem. Like, what the hell, dude? What are we listening to?
The ranks as a psychologist, a master's degree, a doctorate. Now she's going by Dr. Franz Faye, and her and Kent Franz Faye moved down to Paradise Valley, Arizona, before deciding to divorce. Okay, supposed to believe that. Okay, well, they're divorced, never going to see each other again. Maybe. Should know that once she becomes a doctor, she has arrived. She is now going to work for the biggest and most powerful.
Seriously, I want you to imagine yourself in an insane asylum, and somebody next to you is just talking about all of these issues in the exact way that Candace Owens is saying. You know, MK Ultra was attached to Quaker Oats, and France say this, and France say this. They were married here. They got divorced. She was actually 14. She faked her birth certificate, and then ultimately we get to some point in time where they just continue to ramble on. The military is involved. They killed him in front of everybody. They could have killed him, you know, using some sort of poison, ran him off the road, but no, they decided to do it in front of everybody, in front of 3,000 people with 3,000 cameras, one of the most televised events ever. And what actually happened was MK Ultra killed Charlie Kirk, and Erica Kirk was involved. Like, this is babbling nonsense.
Powerful families in the world. Okay, this is where it's going to get really fun, because she begins working for, I mean, not even just one of the most powerful families in the world, but it also happens to be a French family. France. I could never do a series where you're not there, France. The DuPonts. I kid you not. She starts working for the DuPont family, becoming the director of employee relations for DuPont, because she's so good at psychology. She gets into organizing.
DuPont. Tammy, I didn't miss your super chat. I just hadn't got to it yet, but I'll hit him. What the hell is she talking about? The slop is making me unhealthy. She's seriously demonic and evil. I couldn't agree more. Somebody else said she's literally making my head hurt, and I can't agree more. Like, just trying to keep up with this, I'm losing brain cells, jumping from one subject to the next, to the next, to the next, and then we bring back in these people, and then now we're attaching them to DuPont. After we went on this diatribe, this like incoherent babble speech of oatmeal and radioactive. It's crazy. It's crazy. My kids are military brats. My son is currently serving. It makes my blood boil. The way she demonizes our military. I'm so angry. I love our military. I agree. And look, this is something that her entire audience now has become anti-military. And I see it in my comments all the time. I don't even bring it up. But it's like, oh, you're in the military, so your opinion doesn't count. You're evil. You're attached to whatever. All you do is follow orders. You know, she is completely prejudiced half the conservative party against the military. It is an honor to serve this country. And I don't care what administration. You don't go in under an administration. You don't go to serve under an administration. You go to serve this country. And I did get out because of the Obama administration, because I wasn't willing to follow orders and wasn't willing to participate in some of the nonsense that I saw. And the correct thing to do is, if you don't like the mission, you freaking leave under honorable circumstances, which is exactly what I did. This is what happens when the Pope, I guess I did miss yours completely earlier. Sorry. We had a couple more. Let me see. I don't know if I hit this one or not, so I'm going to hit it. Alex said Candace is jealous not being the CEO. I already don't care about the story. It's hard to pay attention to what's going on. On top of that, it's just boring. I think your family tree grows straight up. Is she Somali by any chance? My son was a Marine. He served the USA, and I am proud. I agree. Everybody out there, if you served, thank you for your service. Your family's currently serving, thank you for their service, and you should absolutely be proud of that. There is nobody in the military and conventional forces that would even possibly be a part of some sort of, illegal and reprehensible activity like murdering a U.S. citizen. Now, there may be some black ops, tier 1 groups that we could possibly suspect of doing something like that. I don't think that's true. I think when you get into those types of realms of possibilities, you are now into the CIA, right? And other even unknown black operations and fairly rogue operations. This is what we call the deep state. I don't doubt that there are splinter cells of deep state operatives that are absolutely okay with doing illegal activity and possibly committing some sort of assassination. I know that's not what happened here, just based on the facts and the evidence. But the idea that she's just smearing the military nonstop and is so suspicious of the military without any just cause, it is infuriating. Love you, Gary, and your admins. I'm not a Candace fan, but I haven't felt settled since Charlie was murdered. Perhaps Tyler is in fact guilty, but there could still be more to it, and we don't know yet. That's not a conspiracy. I agree with you, Lynn. I've said this from the beginning, and this is why, look, I think there is possibly something going on when we see these mass shootings and we see a link between transgenderism and other mental
disabilities. We'll just say it like that. I think they can be easily targeted, easily weaponized, and easily directed at targets like Charlie Kirk, like we saw with Tyler Robinson, like we saw with
I
Thomas
know
Crooks, and
Chris
like
was
we've seen with other
Fuse.
shooters. I think it's easy to find these people. I think it's very easy. I did a full interview just recently with, oh God, I'm having a brain fart. All this stuff has scrambled my brain. Chase. You guys, if you haven't seen it, you need to go watch it. I'm sure somebody's already catching it down there. Chase Hughes. All right, just did an interview with him talking about mind control, and I think that is something that is in place. One thing that I do agree with Candace on is that MK Ultra didn't just stop; they got better at it, and it's not just the United States. Look, I think there are these leftist, even think tanks and nefarious entities out there that are absolutely committed to the destruction of this country that would and could do the exact same things. Other countries are absolutely understand how to manipulate people, to radicalize them, and to weaponize them. It is not hard. It is easy to do, especially when we have so much of our youth having so much mental illness, and then on top of that, are spending so much time online, completely detached from everybody else. So I am open to the idea that there are other things involved that we don't know. What you have to give me a lot of evidence to convince me of is that Tyler Robinson didn't do it. I don't think he did it alone. I think Lance Twiggs was involved. I think there's probably people online, and some of those people online could have been somebody that was radicalizing him and weaponizing him. And I think that needs to be looked into. And as far as I know, that could be being investigated right now, but we don't know. And that's just what we have to go through with these types of investigations, folks. The investigation has not ended. They're still investigating a lot of things when it comes to Tyler Robinson. So anybody out there saying, oh, the investigation was over 33 hours, I hear that all the time. You're dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. Go listen to my original interview with Andrea Burkhardt. We talked about all that. And we went over the evidence. And we went over the fact that the evidence, there is no chance that they are just creating evidence out of nothing, because the defense team is going to have the same ability to process that evidence, to look at that evidence, have their own specialists and subject matter experts to look at that evidence and to forensically analyze the evidence to figure out what is true, what is not. So, and look, we know what the defensive team is trying to do. They're trying to get things thrown out. They're trying to get the prosecuting attorneys changed. They're trying to get cameras out of the courtroom. That is not the prosecution. Prosecution wants this to be seen. TPUSA, Erica wants this information to be seen. It's the other side that's defending Tyler Robinson and creating doubt in people's minds. The reason there's so much doubt in people's minds with all this is just like I said at the beginning of the show, because everything that they put out to begin with, they said it was a palm gun. They said it was a camera gun.
Okay.
They were diverting from the original story, what the facts said, what your eyes said. They said it's not a gunshot. It's an exploding microphone, that he's being electrocuted. They're creating doubt where there shouldn't be. And we do have to wait. We're at a point where we're going to have to wait until the trial to see the evidence to where we can make our final decision on whether or not this is a legitimate prosecution. I think it is. And you have to give me some evidence that it's not. We don't just get to dismiss and say, no, I'm not accepting these. He talks differently than I do, so these text messages aren't real. Like, that's not how this works. There's lots of people out there that speak completely different than we do. And especially when you're telling me he doesn't say vehicle, and then 30 seconds later in the same video, he does say vehicle. Also, you're trying to throw me off, and you're trying to undermine this investigation and confuse people when you say stupid things intentionally, like, oh, you expect me to believe that Tyler Robinson was going to scale the roofs like Spider-Man when you can walk up there. Like, there has been an intentional information operation that's been taking place, and Candace has led that charge from the beginning and is trying to confuse people. That's why people feel unsettled about this, because there's so much of this garbage information, and time, and all of that information, the palm guns, the camera guns, tunnels, flying drones, exploding microphones, that didn't come from the government. The government isn't trying to confuse you. It's coming from outside of the government. And by the way, I think it's the government. I think part of the element of that is the government that we voted out of office. You know, that same government that committed lawfare, lied, and smeared Donald Trump? They're out of office, and they're over here doing it again. Now they're just taking a different approach, and they're trying to convince the American people not to vote for Donald Trump. That's what this is all about. Hopefully you can see it.
Psychology. She is tasked effectively, I would say, with finding the psychopaths
I love you too.
that should head up the corporations that are run by the elite bloodlines. She goes into partnership working for the DuPonts. Now, in case you forgot, they're also just mass poisoning people. That's what they've done for a very long time. If the lawsuits are telling us anything about, they have innumerable lawsuits related to them poisoning the population, giving people cancer. Jerry's apparently a good fit. In 1983, DuPont completes the largest merger in corporate history with Conoco Oil, and they're able to do this thanks to Reagan and George Bush being in office, deregulating things, making it easier for private corporations to go in and do bigger deals. Of course, we know DuPont then moves those headquarters to Wilmington, Delaware. I just loved looking into her and just seeing that she's the DuPont woman, because I like to pause and reflect on past episodes when I don't know why everybody's freaking out about things. And I just like to consider how terrified they must have been when I'm looking into the Charlie Egyptian planes and I'm like, what's going on in Wilmington, Delaware? And I instantly hit the DuPont family. And then Erica's out there nervously at AmFest cracking like not funny jokes about Egyptian planes.
Like, do you guys not see the liberal policy smuggling into this narrative that's taking place? Big business is bad. Deregulation is bad. DuPont is bad. DuPont probably hired more. Like, I'm sure they've done a lot of terrible things. Don't get me wrong. As every big corporation did. All right. Between hiding the fact that things were poisonous to us and not knowing, like, I'm all on board on all those things. And the U.S. government. I mean, one of the worst atrocities that the U.S. government has ever afflicted upon the American people is the food pyramid. The food pyramid, telling you since like the late 70s that you need to eat nothing but carbs, getting people addicted to carbs. They have caused millions of people's deaths. They have caused millions of people to suffer through life with unbearable disease. And we're just not like, and they knew that back then. So I'm on board with some of these things, but I just want you to notice how she's smuggling in so many of these liberal policies and the fear mongering that the left uses time and time again against big business, against Republican presidents. I haven't heard anything about George Bush. I mean, Bill Clinton. I haven't heard anything about Carter. I haven't heard anything about Obama, but she's dragging the Bushes through the mud. I'm sure we'll have some Donald Trump at some point. Like, this woman is, I don't think she's a liberal, but what I do think is she wants to destroy the right. And you can, reconcile that however you want. Thank you, Mama Owlbear, for your support. We appreciate you. Candace Owens equals low max energy. She pronounced anecdote in under 2 minutes, and new record. Illiterate underachiever maxed out. Yep, neckdote. She said neckdote right out of the gate. Like, how? Like, is she not watching her own collages of mispronunciations? Can't she fix that? Why are her producers not fixing that? Neckdote, compartmentalize, architecture. I mean, I don't know how someone in the business of talking can get so many basic words wrong. I love your channel. I joined to watch the Crazy Cantifa portion, also because I just heard when I hopped on the military, actually, you got better when Obama left office and Trump came in for the first time. I agree. As a matter of fact, when Trump first came in, I was seriously considering going. My friends were in Syria, wrecking shop, killing ISIS left and right. They were sending me pictures, videos. I was like, I'm going back into the military. And my wife was like, no, you're not. That's not the real reason. I just, it's easy to get sucked in because it's easy to remember the good times and the things that you want to do in the military. What you forget is on these long deployments, all the bad times, right? Between you missing your family, having to deal with the death and injuries of friends. There's a lot, right? There's a lot of baggage you come home with every deployment for sure. But yeah, it got a lot better. My grandfather fought in World War I and II, the Australian Army. I love my military family. F you, Candace. I've actually been to the Australian Military Museum there in Canberra. One of the coolest museums I've ever been to. Probably the best experience I had in Australia. For a while, I thought this was a spiritual warfare, but I don't even know what this is anymore. I don't understand how her followers believe anything she says. Proud USAF mom here. It's both. It is a political war. It is definitely a spiritual war. When you can reduce people to where they have no conscience, the way that her content has done, this is a spiritual war, without a doubt. And it all plays into one another, right? If we have a country that continues to go in the direction of the left, it is going to get worse and worse and worse, both spiritually and economically and your everyday living. Like, we know if we go in the direction of socialism and the ultimate goal is communism, like, religion isn't even a thing. And they've done a really good job over the last 50 years convincing people that being religious is dumb, it's illogical, doesn't make sense, there's no evidence for it. It's both. Lord, spare me strength with Candace. Thank you, Gary, and all military members for your service. Jerry Francois says, gender studies research. This was her father's first wife before Erica was born. Zero connection. Found their research and paid ancestry site. Could show you before Candy says it. I would love that information. Make sure you send it if you're willing to. I'd love it. Thank you very much. Send it to us. I'll share it with the viewers. A DL podcast at ParamountTactical.com. Con or somebody else, if you can throw it up in the chat, that'd be great. And I will highlight it. As a former police officer, do you know how many times we arrested someone for a simple thing while we are building a bigger case for court? All the time. Investigations continue past probable cause. Exactly this. And he's referencing Tyler Robinson. We have the probable cause affidavit over here. Why they arrested him, the charging documents. Right? He has so much
That's
more.
blue,
coming,
right?
That is just what they could charge him for and get him
That
off the
one's
street.
where it needs to
Now, they
fucking
may
be.
press additional charges or not, but we, at a minimum, they're going to continue to collect evidence to
That one
provide
is also
proof
where it
beyond a
fucking
reasonable doubt
needs to be.
that the
So
things that they're
what's
charging
the
him with,
fucking
first degree murder
problem?
for one of them, is going to be held up in court. DuPont in the 1980s had 140,000 employees.
I'm not following what the problem
Candace
is.
was a Democrat and always will be a Democrat, unfortunately. I think she's just self-serving. You know what? I think she is self-serving and is willing to say and do whatever someone is paying her to say or do. And at this point, she's on her own. She doesn't have to
So
carry anybody.
fucking
So you're going to see,
confused.
look, there are some things that she says, and I think she genuinely believes that are conservative. I just don't think she has an ideological foundation at all. And what she has done in the past is all she's done is regurgitated what other conservatives have said. She being a black female, it was much more marketable, and she became popular because of that. I don't think she has her ideological philosophies nailed down. I think she is so self-serving that that's what it's all about. And maybe maybe those are semantics. I don't know. I've noticed when Candace is being deceitful, her voice changes to how someone with a cold would sound stuffy and nasally while she smiles and fake laughs. There's definitely lots of tells there where she starts, the more animated that she's getting, the more she's selling. And she's done that throughout this. And I almost brought it up a couple of times, but I figured it was a moot point. You guys are smart enough. You guys follow Jesus and many other body language experts, which some of you think you're a body language expert because you watch 2 or 3 of their shows. And now you got it. Like, oh, he looked off to the left or to the right. No, it's more than that.
She's like, no, nobody from Gypsy Plains are here.
Yeah. So this
Say
is
something. Her jokes are going to become less and less funny as we get deeper into this series. Now back to Dr. Jerry. She is then.
I mean, just how malicious does that even sound? Oh, it's going to get less and less funny. Her jokes going to be less and less funny as we get into this. When we really show you what the demon that Erica Kirk is.
And somehow awarded an entire research center, at Radford University in 1983, a gender clinic of all things. She's a feminist, and she's awarded a gender clinic. And they begin giving lessons to the military. And the question is on what? Gender?
This isn't making
Why do we
any
need a
sense.
research facility? Oh, I know why. The reason, and so you need to understand how the world works. The reason why companies might be interested in having people that will come up with BS research for them is because
It seems like I
governments and
can't get
corporations have to produce
anything
completely
right
fictitious
where it
academic
needs to
reports and
be.
studies to justify the psychopathic things that they're doing to us worldwide. Okay, you got to have the experts. You got to have the psychopathic experts that
No matter what I fucking do, it ends up
so that
being
people in
wrong.
power can just unilaterally force things across the population, like the COVID vaccine. Oh well,
I
Dr.
don't
So-and-so.
understand.
Oh, Dr. Franz Fay maybe says that if you don't get the vaccine, it's because you're a psychopath. If you don't line up and get the shot, it's because you're crazy and she's an expert. That sort of a thing. You know, just giving you an example. She wasn't
Okay,
involved in the COVID
all
thing,
right.
to my knowledge, but that's the purpose, right? And Dr. Jerry Franz Fay becomes that sort of an expert with ties to the most powerful families in America and France. She also, by the way, happens to be a total and complete fraud. I am confident that Jerry Franz Fay is a fraud, okay? Fraud, capital F, fraud. How do I know? Look no further than this report that came out of Radford University that Jerry Franz Fay produces pertaining to Native Americans and the Appalachian Mountain. I'm just going to show you the cover of this report really quickly. So it says that who's putting together this report? The Center for Gender Studies, and it lists 5 names: Marjorie Wayland, George Bourne, Richard Castor, Susan Friedman, Jerry Franz Fay. Well, not what she doesn't communicate in this report is that that's her family. Marjorie Wayland is her mom. Richard Castor is her nephew, her sister's son. This is why they just get married so much because, and I didn't even look into the other 2. I just couldn't, once I realized that the 2 of these people were her family and they're going to produce a report, I just went, oh, she's like a whole fraud. That's just effectively Mormon mafia, right? We've done a report. I guess we can go into Native American. They need feminism or something. We can go right onto the reservation. These women want to be free, something like that. But I want you to got the receipts. Now, we'll dig into that. But the reason that I wanted to give you the background of Jerry Franz Fay is because after this, heading into the 90s, the next thing she does in life is she gets involved with charter schools. She gets into the charter school business, particularly helping them to develop psychological methods with students. Yeah, you know where this is going. Dr. Jerry Franz Fay is going to be the person that helps develop the Tesseract way.
Whoosh.
Tesseract schools.
Oh
The
my
school
God.
Erica went to that is exceedingly problematic. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that after a quick break. All right, you guys, you may have seen the conversations happening online lately. Censorship is obviously back and it's happening everywhere. Platforms are controlled.
All right, we're going to bring her down for just a minute, and I am going to bring in our guest, Jeanette Garibian.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. How are you? Can you hear me? We will work this offline. For some reason, I cannot. You cannot hear me. Not anything on my side.
Yay!
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it through. Hey, I will hit you on the phone. We'll figure that part out. Folks, if you want to
Easily tipping them with the click of a
We're gonna
button.
put that online.
There'll be no fees when you
offline.
from alternatives. Magisterium AI actually brings the receipts. Every single answer provides clickable citations to original sources so that you can verify everything yourself. You'll get 2,000 years of Bible commentary and wisdom from the saints, popes, and the church fathers.
All right.
First year. So then showed you this photo of Erica in the second grade. Erica, by the way, chopped her hair off, so that is a known thing because she didn't know how to do her hair. I'm actually inclined to think that it was because her dad was taking care of her at that time. I'm not positive about that, but that would definitely make sense because these are going to be the years that she has a stay-at-home dad. Third grade photo we have here with Erica in this school. This is without question a school that is being designed by the elites. It is backed by the Bushes and the Waltons. They, among other elite families, they are, again, kind of getting into government money in a way, pioneering charter schools. You give us the tax dollars and we'll show you a better way to use them. Government schools are failing, right? We're always in that right versus left, false dialectic, but the same families are benefiting from it. We're going to use this government money. Okay. Now, of course, you're going to do all that. You need to have your elite psychologists on board to help develop these children, how you're going to test them, how this is going to be a different model. And that is why it makes perfect sense that Dr. Jerry Franzfei, who conveniently is her entire Mormon family is from Arizona. Her and Kent had a home together in Arizona, in Paradise Valley, which is exactly where this particular school was. This was the first school, and this one is going to fail very quickly. But yeah, of course, she's going to help them draft those psychological models that, at the school that Erica attends. Now, Erica might not know this woman. She may not have met her. I would definitely be shocked if she didn't know about Dr. Franzfei. Is she just doing the models? Did she sit down with the kids? I don't know. But this is going to be how they handle these students is going to be described as the Tesseract way. Now, I want you to know who else is involved with the school. Because if you think Dr. Jerry Franzfei is problematic, well, I told you already that John T. Goley is the CEO of Tesseract. He does that announcement about it with Jeb Bush, who is, supporting charter schools. Well, I told you John T. Goley, he was working with Roundup Monsanto on their launch. So I guess him.
You guys let me know if the audio is good.
And Jerry's with DuPont. That's a natural alliance, poisoning the population and getting away with it. But there's some other key players here. I really want you to know about this guy named Phil Bliss, who joins the board of Tesseract.
Here we go. We're introducing a whole nother character and to take you down some other winding path to confuse you even further.
Okay, Phil Bliss, here, over there in the corner.
God.
Phil Bliss, the board member, was involved with Stanford University in the 70s.
Oh my
I'm
God,
not going to
Stanford.
yes, I am MK Ultra. Okay, he was known widely during that time as a drug counselor. Okay, everyone's taking LSD. You got the drug counselors, and he is also working with Stanford's Hospital for Addiction Research, right? He then co-founds a school in Palo Alto, which is called Mid-Peninsula High School. He installs himself as the principal of that school, and that school then has a shooting. In 1996, it turns out that the student that committed the shooting had been working with Philip Bliss through his depression. Okay, fantastic candidate. I don't know. I got a lot of questions about these psychologists. As I said in the first episode, when you look at all these things that are happening, school shootings, behind everything is a psychologist and a prescription counter, truly. He also, on that same campus, by the way, he was on the board of a French-American school, so he also has French connections, but that's just kind of implied now in my life. The person who is going to be running the school as the executive director is a woman named Jill Kessler. She's the executive director, and she says that she moved to Arizona for her husband's job, and he is a pediatric developmental behavioral pediatrician, whatever that means. He specializes in children and behavior, essentially. So she is well suited. Above her is Susan B. Silverstein, who is the vice president of development. I have a very strong indication of who Susan B. Silverstein is, but unless I'm certain, I'm not going to show the face.
Oh, unless she's certain. She's never had a problem showing stuff that she's not certain about. I guess she's talking about a picture here. But let's hit a couple of these super chats real quick. Tammy McDonald, thank you. People forget TR hasn't even entered a plea yet. Yeah, and look, he's going to enter a not guilty plea. Almost guaranteed. Almost guaranteed. So that he can actually go to trial and hopefully get the death penalty taken off. I hope that they do not plead this out. I hope that the prosecution pushes for the death penalty and accepts nothing less. I hope that's what's going to take place. We'll see. But he will definitely, if this goes to trial, he will definitely plead not guilty. And when he does, all the Candace cults not understand that that's basic procedure. They're all going to say, see, it proves it. It proves he wasn't guilty. Proves he wasn't guilty. No. That's not what it does at all. Even if everybody knows he's guilty, they're going to go to trial. They're going to attempt to undermine the case, and they're going to at least attempt to get the death penalty taken off. That's how this works. But people are going to play ignorant. No, they're not going to play ignorant. They're going to be ignorant about basic processes that we see every day in a courtroom. How did Erica become responsible for every bad or questionable deed of every member of her family and anyone she's ever met? Well, she's Erica Kirk, so she's got to prove her innocence. That's all she's got to do. I really think she was in love with Charlie. Now she needs money to pay for her multiple lawsuits and wants to burn the women that Charlie chose, not her. Unfortunately, I've seen this personally and professionally. Yeah, I've seen the same thing. Not sure if y'all saw the vid circulating in Candace past when she is messed up. Not sure what you mean exactly by that. There's a couple of old videos, her in a rap video, among other things. Candace is a puppet of foreign interference. What she's doing for money and power, Satan. I agree with that. I'm still not certain that she's definitely being used for foreign interference. Wittingly or unwittingly, I don't know. I am very suspicious. There's more and more information that's coming out. Number one of her producers is definitely a Scientologist. We found that out. All right, so one of her producers is a Scientologist. We kind of called that. I've been saying for a long time that Candace is nothing she does sounds like a Christian or a Catholic. And I constantly talk about mysticism. She constantly talks about mysticism. I constantly highlight the fact that she's talking about mysticism. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, and knowing what I know about Scientology, it's like, this sounds more and more and more like a Scientologist. And that's something I brought up in a couple of episodes. And of course, we had former Scientologists come on to explain some of that and what's going on with that. So that's where we're at now. Thanks for what you do. I can't listen to her anymore. I'll come back later. I get it, Deb. Trust me, I get it. I get it 100%.
And tell you the background, but yeah, we're just going to pause on that. But we had a strong suspicion about who Susan B. Silverstein is. Like I said, they have done a very good job of wiping anything and everything about this particular Tesseract in Paradise Valley, which eventually shuttered in 2000 from history. I mean, even books. They're like, this person wrote a book on the collapse of it. The book is just gone. You cannot find this book anywhere. I told you already that John Walton, obviously the son of Walmart founder Sam Walton, is a investor, and he also sits on the board. My viewpoint is that it is fair to suggest that the school, in and of itself, was a psychological experiment, and the school completely falls apart. There's accusations of financial impropriety, as well as the method which they used to track the success of the students. People said this is a complete scam. The way that you're doing the studies doesn't have any control. There's no control. And that would track with anything Dr. Jerry Franzway had her hands in, because she's a whole fraud. You can't just have your mommy doing experiments and be like, come on, man, you can't do this. You just can't do that. I also want to say this, and this I'm going to say without any names here, but the family that I received these yearbooks from, they had a child, multiple children actually at the school, and obviously the child is an adult today and has always maintained that he was sexually abused by very specific people at the top of this school. Obviously, I'm not going to name those people. I know evidence of this, but I was very compelled to listen and also to believe that individual, because, well, child abuse and psychology go.
Telling you folks, throughout this, and this is one of the things I first picked up on, she's constantly smuggling in Democrat talking points, accusing people that Democrats already hate. This is like this weird leftist populist attempt. And again, it's an attack on MAGA. That's what it's an attack on.
Hand in hand. So even if I didn't have his account, I would not have doubted it. Dr. Jerry Franzway herself, by the way, was friends and colleagues with Dr. John Money, the notorious psychologist who was one of the fathers of transgenderism, who then it turned out notoriously abused children. If you guys don't know who I'm speaking about, as soon as Jerry Franzway opens the gender clinic at Radford University, or heads up the gender research center at Radford University, she brings over Dr. John Money. This is who Dr. John Money is. Take a listen.
How did that happen?
John Money, he's one of the greatest villains in history, and he is the father of gender ideology. And he became that by abusing two twin boys, one of whom had his genitalia basically destroyed in a botched circumcision. Money believed that sexuality was fluid, convinced these parents that he could raise that boy as a girl and it would be fine. Long story short, that didn't work out. That boy was every bit a boy. When he was told what had been done to him, it destroyed him, and he eventually ended up committing suicide. Money was a hero because he told the world that his experiment succeeded, and it wasn't until the young man comes out and tells his story that people realize not only did it not succeed, but he abused those boys horribly. People needed to know where this ideology came from. That this guy who abused these boys made them perform sex acts on each other.
Yeah, just a colleague of Dr. Jerry Franzfei. I am telling you, all of these psychologists are perverted. They are, I mean, I'm not saying like every psychologist that you know is perverted, but these people with the power and that are within close proximity to the elites, any incursion into history, any incursion into what happened and what went wrong into America begins and ends with these scientists, quote unquote scientists, that we rescued from Germany. And a lot of what we know and heard about World War II obviously is a lie, and many things have been covered up. The fact that we still celebrate these people in school, like Sigmund Freud, is your biggest clue that something is wrong. Something is very wrong and rotten at the top. I want to add this. Across the board, everyone that I have spoken to says that Lori, Erica's mother, is exceedingly problematic. Exceedingly problematic. They acknowledge Erica lies about a lot of details.
Her mother that's dying is exceedingly problematic. We're not going to get any facts on any of that, but she's going to make the accusations, and she probably won't even get specific. Like, how is she problematic? I can't wait to hear that. Real quick, what I do want to do is I want to bring in Jeanette Garibian. Real quick, if you will, Jeanette. You've been listening. You've been seeing what's going on.
Yes, sir. Hi. Thanks for having me.
No, thanks for coming on. Real quick, just introduce yourself, and what I want to do is we'll introduce yourself, hit some things that you've noticed fairly quickly, and then we're going to try to get through the rest of this, and then we'll have a longer discussion at the end of this of what your assessment of everything that is going on here. So go ahead and introduce yourself, tell everybody about you, what you do, who you are, and we'll take it from there.
I am a clinical therapist. My specialty is in personality disorders, anxiety, and depression. I have been a therapist in California since 2000. Well, I started as a licensed therapist in 2019. I was an intern before that for, we have to do like 3,000 of internship, which I work with substance abuse, people with, who are struggling with substance abuse disorders. And yeah, so almost a decade of therapy. And the last 5-6 years, as I said, I've been specializing in personality disorders, depression, and anxiety.
And so starting off, I think this is interesting. You started off as a big Candace supporter, and then
I loved her.
What was the moment that you were like, like there's something else going on here? What was the thing? Was there one thing? Was there multiple things? Where did you see the problems arise?
The very first one was when she tweeted to Dan Bongino, and she co-tweeted him and said, "Come on, Dan, we know you know. Just tell us. The world can handle it." And this was about Epstein files, I think. This was like obviously way before Charlie's assassination. And so I'm like, either she like has info, and that's really cool if that's the case, or man, she's a fraud. Like, she is scamming people. The way she's tweeting makes, like, when you read it, and I think I posted it on my page, you can see it, like the way she used her words, like she knows it for sure that Dan knows it, and so she's encouraging him to just come out and say it. Don't worry about it. The world can handle the truth. That's what she said, and that was my first moment. Obviously, like, it's either or. And then when Dan Bongino started talking about the Epstein file, Israel, and everything, I realized so she doesn't have any. She didn't have any information. She had nothing, and basically that was a scam. Because Dan Bongino started talking about Israel and about Epstein files and his views on everything that Candace presented, as if he is like, he went inside the White House and freaked out and his soul is sick now. And he's like, so she presented him that way. And I think even she talked about him in one of her episodes. So that was not the case. So what was that all about? What was that all about?
Well, what she's really good at is coming to conclusions, her own opinions, and then presenting them as facts, and then expecting the world to accept that as well. That's what she does time and time again. I do want to address this real quick. Truth Rising, I don't know, Gary. MAGA means something wicked in every language on earth. MAGA, come on, Gary. And screw Candace, can't stand her either. That's just not true. Truth Rising, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you're an American, the last that I checked. But that's not true. I don't care what other people in the world think, and I don't really care what other Americans think. What I know is that MAGA is the best movement that will take this country back. So you're welcome to your opinion, but we're going to disagree wholeheartedly on that. I'm sorry, but you are in an echo chamber where you're just sitting around and other people are saying MAGA sucks. MAGA, like here in America, we don't think MAGA sucks. Most of us voted for MAGA. Most of us know that MAGA is the best chance for our country to continue forward. There's lots of things to criticize. Trump's not perfect. His administration's not perfect, but MAGA is our best option by far and by a long shot. It is so much better than what we have on the left. And that's the problem. We have so many people outside of this country and inside of this country trying to destroy MAGA and trying to convince people to stay home, not vote in the midterms and not vote in 2028. And we're not going to allow it to happen. And we're not going to let lies go unopposed. All right. So we'll get back to this. And I want to we'll have Jeanette back on in just a little bit and probably provide some commentary throughout this, but we're going to get to the basis of what he thinks regarding Candace Owens for sure. So I'm glad you came on, Jeanette, and I can't wait to hear what you have to say, that's for sure.
And obviously on the basis of just the divorce documents that we went through yesterday, I can see that Lori might do some things that would not be described as honest. Okay, I don't think she is likely an honest dealer. But what people have said to me is she is the person, has always been the person in Erica's ear. She's this type A person that tells her who to go after in each and every room. She knows who those people are, who Erica should instantly transform into, what she has to say. I mean, one of her exes was very clear. He said to me, I was warned by another person in the beauty pageant world that girl will do anything to get to the top, and her mother will do anything to help her get to the top. Her mother herself, Lori, was a model, actually, at one point. So that hunger for Erica to get to the top, there is a connection just based on discussions I have had with multiple people to her mother. And I know that's an untouchable subject because there's always this,
I want to address this real quick. I'm not firing shots at Valhalla. All right. All I'm just telling you is that there's a difference between what a lot of people are claiming to be gun experts. All right. This is just factually true. I like Nate. I don't know if we're friends anymore, but I like Nate. I'm not going to say anything bad about him. I would not argue with Nate when it came to communications and probably many other things that he has additional subject matter expertise than I do. All right. But with that being said, I get that thrown at me all the time. I'm just telling you, there is a difference, and I do this for a living. He doesn't shoot long range for a living. He doesn't teach long range for a living. He doesn't reload. He doesn't do all the things that I do, and study long range at a very high level. There is a difference. It's not an insult, and I know he's actually taken umbrage with me saying that in the past. It's just a fact. If he wants to talk about, look, there's a lot of things that he probably knows much more than I do that I have some tangential experience on. I'm just stating facts, all right? And it's not meant to. It's just it is what it is. It's not meant to be, talking shit. It's not. It's just facts.
She's sick now. You can't talk about her mother at all. But to get into the Erica story, you have to know who Lori Franzfey is, and you have to know who this cast of character is around her. And Erica is, without question, a climber. Okay, she is also, without question, willing to lie to make her mother look better. I mean, to say I grew up with a single mother is not true. So why is she saying it? Well, people suspect probably Lori is the person in her ear getting her to say that because it makes Lori look good. She wanted Erica to be famous, but let's not remove Erica from this. Erica desperately wanted to be famous. No one can deny that. Tomorrow, when we now begin in earnest to go through Erica's life, you will see she's never dated a normal guy. She's never dated a guy with a 9-to-5 job. And that's what Elizabeth Lane was hitting at when she was speaking about.
Let me tell you something. Erica was less desperate to be famous than Candace Owens. Erica, being the Miss Arizona, among other things, has always traveled in elite circles. And that's just a fact. She's been on television. I mean, look at her. She's a model. She is gorgeous. She has talents. She's accomplished a lot. She's accomplished a lot more than Candace Owens. And the only one out of the two that I see desperate for attention is Candace Owens. You guys tell me what you think over there. Erica Kirk, while she was married to Charlie, she was very happy to stay in the background. You rarely saw her. And honestly, you rarely see her now.
Out going through her exes, you can see she was going to be with somebody. She was, okay, you're going to the NFL, you're going to the MLB, we can be on The Amazing Race together. You will see very clearly she is not dating a regular guy ever, okay? Her goal was to make it. And I suffice to say that Elizabeth Lane was very much on the money when she suggested that, that she would have done anything to be famous. And like I said, you simply will not be able to deny that when you see the stuff that we have uncovered about her and the missing years, I'll say plural, of Erica's life. Very weird. Where was Erica? She even admits she's missing. There's so much there. Anyway, we'll take a brief break before I just show you the clip of Erica just lying casually. All right, you guys, let's talk about something.
All right, so while she's making her money on this, and I'll fast forward just a little bit. Jeanette, give us a 30-40 breakdown of what you've seen so far and anything that you want to comment on specifically before we get into the deeper analysis.
quick note on what she said. Laura Loomer announced, and I'm not even a fan of Laura Loomer. I am really not. I don't know her, but I do believe it because of the exchange tweets that I saw. I believe because Candace responded to her that look, Candace had a boyfriend the guy was not rich, was not famous. She broke up with the boyfriend to be with George Farmer. When she wanted to change, when she wanted to become a conservative, she literally asked Laura Loomer, "What can I do?" Like she had all those articles and opinions. It was all over she asked Laura, "How can I rebrand myself?" And then Laura even, posted that Candace broke up with that boyfriend to be with Farmer because he was richer. It's so yucky to see what she's doing, especially like if you had even a similar, just a little bit of the same maybe background in terms of like your ambition and why you chose the person you married to, like stay quiet. I mean, it's disgusting. I can't even but that I wanted to share about what Laura Loomer said about her, that she actually broke up with her normie boyfriend to be with George Farmer because George Farmer was richer. And also she asked Laura Loomer, "Oh my God, like what can I do? Like teach me the techniques, how I can rebrand myself now that I am a conservative." So can you hear me, Gary?
Yep, I can hear you. I'm listening.
So that's I just wanted to comment on that. But I think, Gary, while I'm here, I want you guys, I posted something, my very last post. If you can go on Twitter, because it's important to know what happened in the beginning so that at least we can predict what's going to happen in, hopefully it's going to be a happy ending with Candace. But it's important because I've heard you say a few times that she didn't struggle with money. She was spoiled. I want to ask you, where did you get those information? Because I have her own words. And imagine if you do a series and we get her ex-boyfriends talk about her, her classmates, her cousins, her neighbors talk about her, how much more information we're going to get. But just her own words on a video that I shared on X. If you can please play it. I want you to pay attention to a few things whenever you want to do it, but this is like very important for me. I want you to pay attention to a few factors when you're playing. It's only 6 minutes. I promise you it's worth it. It's worth it. Everyone watch it. I want everyone to pay attention to a few things. When you're listening to the 6 minutes of her talking to Russell Brand 7 years ago, I want you to notice the genetic factors playing, okay? If you see any red flag in terms of genetic factors playing into how her brain functions. 2, how her home looked like in terms of, financially and did she have a comfortable life? That's very important. Did she have a comfortable, safe home financially? 3, how defiant was she when she was a kid? It's very important. And how can you notice that? You're going to hear it yourself, how defiant she was and why. You will understand she was defiant. Obviously, she says, when Russell asked, "Oh yeah, why did your teachers hate you?" She says, "Because I was very assertive." Gary, do you think a 14 years old knows how to be assertive?
Probably not. Probably not diplomatically or in a way that's not caustic, to say the least.
I have almost 99% of my clients are learning right now how to be assertive, and they're in their 30s or 40s or 50s.
Yeah.
I've never met any 14 or 15 or 16. I have been with teenagers too. Assertive. They literally only the last 10 years, people even anyways. But I want you guys to focus on genetic factors, financial struggles, how defiant she was as a kid, what the teachers hating and parents kicking her out. And you will see if you, I think I'll remember if after her whole fiction book, but it's only 6 minutes. Please play it. And there's a reason why, because I am not diagnosing her, but in order for someone to be diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, they have to be diagnosed with conduct disorder. What's a conduct disorder? It's everything Candace described in 6 minutes. By the way, she stole. Stealing is also a behavior of a conduct disorder. She stole Charlie's credit card to book a flight to UK. She says that. These are her words. So stealing, running away, being defiant, getting kicked out, teachers, cousins, uncles, 7 uncles. Out of 9 uncles, 7 uncles criminals?
Yeah, well, let's do this, because if I play your video now, our brains are going to get jumbled up by the rest of her show. So let's get through the rest of her show real quick, and then we will play that and be able to focus on that, because all we're in the middle of is this brain blender of information that.
Yeah, go on. I just can't listen. Sorry.
But we will definitely play that. I can't wait to play it.
Again, I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I'm going to get into this tomorrow, but the most important relationship that Erica had at Turning Point USA is Tyler Boyer. You'll recall that when I sat down with her, and I want to let you know that ahead of today's episode and yesterday, one of the questions that we keep asking that we can't get an answer is, how does Erica Kirk know Tyler Boyer? She couldn't recall that in person. We can't get an answer. That seems to be something that she doesn't want to answer, right? But Tyler's a very significant person because he introduced her to Charlie. He set that up, right? Not a good guy, Tyler Boyer. And there was a rumor, which I will tell you what Turning Point's response was, but and it was stronger than a rumor. It was somebody very much in Charlie's life who said, had reached out to me and said that Charlie told this individual that he was establishing Doge because $10 million was missing. Okay? Heard that. I went to Justin Strife when there was communication between us two, the COO, and I specifically asked about that. I said, I heard this, and this person definitely knows Charlie and knows Erica. And, is there any truth? They said, no, that's not true. Well, fast forward to today, and they fired a lot of people, and, a lot of people are speaking. And somebody who was within Turning Point USA confirmed to me that money was indeed missing out of Turning Point USA. I can back that up 100%, which is why I'm saying it publicly, that there were millions missing out of Turning Point USA. And they were wondering where that money was going. And they specifically said that the money was missing out of Turning Point Action, which is headed up by Tyler Boyer. The reason why I'm bringing that up, and the reason why it's coming to my mind, is because Tyler Boyer...
If you can confirm it, confirm it. We're not going to see, all we're going to hear is an allegation. We're not going to see any proof. We're not going to see any evidence. We're just poisoning the well more and more, a little drop at a time, a little drop at a time. We already established that the military was involved, and we're just going to keep poisoning the well, dropping little tidbits. And people are going to leave her watching the show, and they're going to say, she proved that there was millions of dollars missing. I bet right now already on Twitter, on X, people are spreading that around. Candace proved that there were $10 million missing from Turning Point USA. And that's what's going to be the alleged motive for taking Charlie out, which is still ridiculous. He's worth so much more than that.
Has a relationship with Lori. And Lori was put on the board of, what's that company, whatever it's called, that collects data, and nobody really kind of knows what it does. Was it like AZ Tech or something like that? And I remember when I was sitting with Erica, she kind of brought this up, and she's like, a lot of people want to know why my mother was put on that board, but it was just because we needed a familiar name. That's what she said. Lori was put on the board because they needed a familiar name. I guess there's just not enough billionaires that donate to Turning Point USA for them to have put someone other than Lori, who we are told is very sick, by the way, and is very sick, but they put her on the board of that company. It makes me wonder if that is true, and also why Justin Strife has a different version of events than somebody else at the company regarding whether or not money was missing. There's a lot there that I feel needs to come out. I do not believe for a single second their version of events that Charlie established Doge 7 days before he died because he just wanted to feel like Elon Musk and use an expression. I don't buy that for even 1 second. So I do want to say that. And there is something casual about the way that Erica lies and how she lies about her background, how she lies about whether or not she's had boyfriends and date for 5 years. That's not true. It's almost like she glitches and she doesn't remember. And there's an element of that to me feels like information is being downloaded, like she's remembering things and can't quite remember it. And I'm going to show you this clip because tomorrow we're obviously going to get into her pageant days and how she meets Tyler Boyer and the connections in Romania. But I do want to show you this clip of her just kind of lying very casually about how she got into the pageant world. This is her discussing that back in 2020. Take a listen.
Was it after that? That's when you started pageants? Or when did that come about?
So the pageant world to me is something that it was an interesting season of life. It was nothing that I was ever groomed for. It was nothing that was ever on my radar. I wanted to play professional basketball. Tomboy. That was my thing ever since I was 5. Like that was I wanted to play, and that was all I wanted to do. I was a gym rat, for lack of a better term. And I remember getting something in the mail when I had come home from school one summer, and it was like, hey, you should compete at Miss Arizona USA. Someone nominated you, and I was like, I don't know who would nominate me for that, but okay. So I shared it with my mom, and I was reviewing all the different things you have to go through, and I thought to myself, if I were to ever win this, the most important thing out of it would be to be able to make a difference with the title. I don't care about the photo shoots. I just want to be.
Mom is trying to get me to submit my
being able to get involved with the local communities, with the local,
but I can't do it
that are actually making a difference. So
right with this dang phone.
That was not a form of narcissism. It was more along the terms of being a steward for my state, especially as it hit our 100th year celebration.
I don't know how to get it to do it this right.
That's not right.
Oh my God.
True. Erica's been involved in pageants.
I don't know how to get
her
this
mother is
phone
definitely
to do it right.
The person who pushed that. I actually do believe that Erica.
Period. You'll have to give me a few minutes because apparently I'm gonna have
this idea that
talk
she didn't
into the computer
want it is just not true. It's so objectively.
And do a
not
screen
true.
grab
Erica,
from my computer
question,
and then
anybody
send that
who's
to my
objective and
phone
honest
and
looking at her
then text
history
it
of
to
the people
you.
that she dated and the people that she wanted to be in close proximity to guarantee you, this girl wanted to be famous, like very badly wanted to be famous one way or the other. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Obviously, we unpacked a lot, but I just wanted to introduce you to Dr. Jerry Franzfey, and that Tesseract
Really
school.
freaking ridiculous. They can't even get
really
the screen
jump into
graph freaking
Erica's
right.
pageant years, and when she kind of, I would say, hits the map. I'm going to answer some of your comments when we come back after a short break. All right, you guys, between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel.
All right, I'm gonna hit some super chats. We're behind on those. Thank you guys for all your super chats. We appreciate you so much. All right, I don't know if I had this one or not. Waltons and DuPont should sue her. I agree. Candace is just a panderer. She found a ready and willing audience of anti-Semitic horrors worshipping, history revisioning, gossip, flat earthers. Then, like any good salesman, she cast in. I agree, and she's taking advantage. Look, they're exploiting this whole group. They're exploiting us on the right, being traumatized by the government lies of what we saw with COVID, what we saw with January 6th, what we saw with the election of 2020. And again, like the reason we had an election, we won, folks. We won. Those people are out of office. I'm not saying that the Trump administration, and I know there's still bad apples left over, and it takes a long time to clean out. There's no doubt about that. There's still some funny business to be had. But for the most part, we got what we asked for. We won the election. What you need to understand is those people that are out of office now are still at the same tricks and things that they were doing before. They're just now using and exploiting the right in the way that they feel about government trust.
So of course, now I'm having trouble.
So far, everything that I've seen
getting to the
come from the
damn
government,
page
the
that I
official narrative, which by the way is the state of Utah, not just the FBI. The FBI originally helped. They didn't really have any jurisdiction on this, and they don't now. It is not Fed slop. It's just facts and evidence. So I couldn't agree more with what you're saying there. This is a great point, and we actually talked about this when we had Andrea Burkhart on. You brought up pleas that Tyler Robinson can take. I don't think a lot of your viewers know how the court system plea deals work. He can only do guilty, not guilty, no contest. So, that's something that Andrea and I talked about. She also talked about the fact that he's almost certainly going to plead not guilty, and for the reasons that I laid out. And if you haven't watched that episode, please go watch that episode. I got 2 episodes with Andrea Burkhart. The last one that we did, the most recent one, we talked about the McCrone case, and she went through that. She feels, and every lawyer that I've talked to that is familiar with the McCrone case feels like Candace is going to lose it and lose it big time. There's still some unknowns in there that could happen. We never know exactly what's going to happen in the court, depending on the judge, depending on if it gets in front of a jury, deals that are made. So there are some unknowns, but the McCrones have an extremely, extremely strong case. If you want to know about the case against Tyler Robinson and how the court system works, and I think it's important, especially for you truth seekers out there, make sure that you're arguing from good information. Go watch that interview with Andrew Burkhart.
This was giving her my schedule was a
my
very
husband is a nuclear
simple,
engineer. He wasn't when I met.
idiotic,
God help me, he
simple
was in the
thing to
military
do
then,
when I had my
and I'm
damn
a monster
iPhone.
for pushing him to success. Just call me
But
a
I
climber and
can't
move along.
seem
Not even a little sorry. I agree.
to get the
Look,
information
behind
right.
every great man is a great woman. There's no doubt about that. All right, let's see if we can't finish this thing out.
I'm
getting over it. I'm getting
so
over.
We were laughing so hard. Just going to
having
read a
to
few
give
of
you
my
my
favorite
schedule.
ones. Okay, the top
I'm getting
comment
over it.
was, had to hide in the washroom at the Daily. Oh, I'm sorry, you're going to that one first, but I'm going to finish this Daily Wire one. Had to hide in the washroom at the Daily Wire to watch this with the other 238,000 live audience. So good. Angel of Remedy writes, I want to piss off Candace so that she will investigate my family roots because I want to know where I come from. Tanner Wolf wrote, everything they have been telling us is far, far from the truth. I mean, loving the Scandinavians in the comment section. It was fantastic. We really enjoyed it. And you guys just make everything worth it because it's so fun, even though the media absolutely hates us. And I mean, it's crazy. The talk about a psychological campaign to try to get us not to do the series. You guys have no idea what they were doing. Just no idea. They were beyond. Charlie writes, we all feel what is happening instinctively, Candace. I feel you are the one who was sent to pull down the veil and unite us all against the elite global machine. They try to divide us, but together we are strong in God and truth. You know what? I used to play that game too. I didn't even realize it. That's how good their psychological campaigns are. Like, they really do make you think you figured it out if you've picked either the left or the right. And no, they are benefiting on both sides of that machine. And it is the same families that are benefiting at the very top. All of it would have seemed so crazy to me if you had said to me, even 5 years ago, that the elites are practicing occult magic, and now I'm going, why are we even in school? We're just literally sitting in a classroom talking about the public school system so they can just work a number on your children and make them think that they're educated and that they should pursue working for one of these companies with the elites. That's the most aspirational thing that they can do. It's so backward. It is just so backward. Intuition Gen right, it seems really weird and now a bit suspicious that there are so many Mormons involved with Turning Point USA. And Erica, thank you for continuing to go, Max. The Mormon thread will continue to happen. I do want to say this first and foremost. So many Mormons helped me in the Charlie Kirk investigation, and I could not have done a lot of that early research into UVU campus or people that were pressuring Charlie. She's like, give them main stage. Main stage. These are my allies. My allies are Charlie's enemies. I don't know. None of that's normal. None of that is normal. And if I find We're recognizing the influencer campaigns, the screaming, the theatrics. You cannot watch this series. Candace is a demon. Oh my.
Nobody was saying that. Nobody was saying you cannot watch this series. What everybody was saying was exactly that she is a demon, that she is evil, that this series is evil to go after Erica Kirk the way that they did, that she is. And what's even worse, whatever she's saying, it is 10 times worse by her followers. That's the problem with that. That's what we were saying. And there is no influencer campaign. It's people that are outraged by what's taking place because they have a conscience.
Gosh, how dare she look into what school Erica went into? How dare she notice that she's lying? Would naturally have failed if we did, in fact, live in a free market society. No, a PR campaign to help the masses believe that Charlie had like a Superman on the day that he was slated to be buried. I guess he wasn't buried. We don't know whether or not he was ever buried, but that's wild.
All right. So now she's just regurgitating the stuff she said before. Before I get to Jeanette, I wanted to show you guys. She was bringing up the fact that there were so many thousands of people watching. Look, without a doubt, a lot of this is bot activity. And I just want to show you real quick. We are going to remove the demon there, and we are going to share this tab instead. And I want to make sure that you guys can see this. I'm going to add this to the stage. This was Blue Sky Lives. A bunch of people have put out this content, and I think it's really important for all.
Another content watching. Look at this. Look at my chat. Look at my chat versus Candace Owens's. Nah, slow mode or not, doesn't matter.
Is that this was done?
Dude, come on,
after
my
the fact.
fucking chatters are typing
friends down
in
at the
her
county
chat.
clerk who's responsible for scanning those docs in the system.
Look, her entire chat is my fucking chatters. Her entire chat is my chatters. Do you think a 36,000 person live viewership channel would be capable of rating another content creator's live chat when they have 213,000 viewers? It's completely fake. It's just my chat in there. Look at this. Everyone's typing FA. 36,000 viewers in this community. 200,000 viewers watching her right now. And her entire chat. There's not a single fucking chatter amongst 213,000. That's like, what's going on with this chat right now? Not a single person is replying to anything Candace Owens is saying. Everyone is spamming FA.
All right, so he's picking up on some of the things that we've noticed. And if you're paying attention to this, there's something extremely odd that's taking place. And it is clear to me that there's bots, sock puppet accounts that are boosting Candace. No doubt she's extremely popular. No doubt that she has a lot of viewers and a lot of followers. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there is something going on with this where her signal is being boosted, and they are intentionally going around and downvoting and trying to suppress any sort of opposition. We see it on YouTube. We see it on Spotify. We see it all over the place. I do think, especially on the Spotify numbers, I think half those numbers are probably foreign viewers. I don't know how if they can break that down, especially when we're talking about using VPNs. I think it's very complicated at that point. But there is something artificial taking place, and I just wanted to show you that real quick. And there's a lot more evidence out there. You got to look for it. And look, this is one of those things that is very difficult to prove, to give solid evidence for. I'll be the first to admit that. That's not something, if Candace was alleging something that she couldn't prove, she wouldn't say that, right? So you can decide for yourself, and the more you look on Twitter, X, and the more you look on YouTube and some of these other social platforms, there is some inorganic craziness taking place for sure. The exact same copy and paste response. I'm sure some of you, excuse me, some of you have already brought it up in the chat, and I know the mods see it too. So anyways, Jeanette, I have your video on hand. Would you like to go ahead and play that now?
Yes, just a quick note on that. Her husband last year, I posted that video too, how when someone was introducing George Farmer, they said that he's the one who made it happen for Candace to be one of the toppest on Apple, Spotify, and blah, blah, blah. Did you see that video?
I'm not sure if I saw the
okay. You can just go through it. Let's start with the 6 minutes and then, but so he's behind it. He's behind I think one of the reasons also that she's not getting canceled again is because he's the expert on that. He was introduced as, if you want, let me text it to you really quick. Let me send it to you really quick.
While you're doing that,
yeah.
And we will throw that up there.
Perfect. I sent it to you.
What was the thing that should change?
Always.
Love that video about your grandfather. You obviously love him. He's maybe is he still the most important male figure in your life?
Yeah, he's probably the only important male figure of my life, which is a strong statement to make, but that's about right.
you have good female figures in your life, strong women?
No, I try to be that. I come from a very sort of broken, crazy family.
Like I heard that sort of 9 of your uncles have been incarcerated. So you come from a family where that crime is part of the story.
Yeah, I mean, they're not 9 of them, but 5 of the 9 of them all spent some time in prison, and that sort of trickled down. And I have cousins that have spent time in prison, and it was just a part of my story growing up. And it wasn't particularly unique. It's a weird thing to say, but in the retrospect, like that seems normal to me. Like, we're going to go see your uncle in prison. Okay, sure, that's what you do.
I think that's normal for a lot of people.
Right.
But from other people,
It's not
extraordinary.
Yeah, which really lets you know that you can create different simulations in different pockets of society, and until you travel outside of it to have a different experience, you think it's just the norm.
When did that happen for you? When did your life transition from what was, your early determining context to, what was the thing that should change first for you, Candice?
Well, I think I was always sort of an alien child. Like my mother says all the time, when I was a kid, they were just weirded out by me. Like I never cried. They always thought I could like understand them as a baby in the crib, which is really bizarre. But the earliest thing that I remember was my first play date, which was in kindergarten class. I was 5 years old, and there was a girl named Lindsay DeLeo. She was this blonde girl with blue eyes, and we became fast friends. I think we had reading class together, and her mother invited me over for a play date. And I went to her house, and I was just shocked that people lived in the way that she lived. She lived in the suburbs. She had a massive house. She had this Victorian concept room. She had a nanny. She had a playroom. And I just remember being shocked that this was even a part of life, because prior to, obviously, I existed within the realm of my family. I lived in a really small apartment. Me and my 2 sisters shared a room in a low-income housing building. And it blew my mind. So I think when I was a really small kid, I was already considering, like, how is this, asking the question at least, which is important in order to get the answer. How could people be living such different lives? And you either take, 2 approaches to it. You either say, I hate rich people because they live that way, or I want to become a rich person and learn how to live that way. I think I've always been curious about success and wanted to learn how to be successful myself. So my path was somewhat natural in that regard. I never hated rich people. It's a very weird thing to me that people demonize the rich.
Do you hate anyone?
No, I think hate's a terrible emotion because it you harvest it internally. So if you hate someone, you.
So first of all, folks, I just dropped Jeanette's X account in the chat. You guys go check her out. I think this is the second video in that. So if you want to go watch this again, or you want to reference it later, or whatever you want to do with it, feel free to do so. But make sure you go give Jeanette a follow as well. You were saying you wanted to stop real quick?
No, I'm glad I got that.
No, she continues
My
about
mother
how
has my
her
schedule.
teachers hated her and she was kicked out. If you want to play that.
Yeah, no, I thought I heard you say, can you stop? Okay, cool.
Who hate them?
Yeah, right.
Like they're
it's really
okay.
good
They don't.
point.
They don't feel that.
So you've always been aspirational, even when you were a child. It sounds to me from the little you told me already that you sound like you had an unusual emotional state, that you were sort of quite an independent person.
Yes.
And that even watching you, I've watched like quite a lot of your videos and interviews. You're a very powerful person. You're quite driven, aren't you? You've got a strong presence.
Yeah, and I've always had that. Like my teachers hated me growing up because
Why?
I was just extremely assertive. Think about the function.
Where was you educated, Mel?
That's a very good question. I think I like to say that I was self-educated, because you don't learn anything in school. You learn propaganda. You learn how to function in society in the way that the government and society want you to function. So I like to think that because I always had to earn my way through life, my parents couldn't afford to put me through school. My parents stopped paying for anything for me. When I turned 14 years old, I was kicked out of my house and I was living with a boyfriend for 6 months. Like I was one of those kids, you know?
Wow.
And so I sort of was self-taught, and I was constantly pushing back against arbitrary authority. Arbitrary authority meaning that because I'm the teacher and I say go left, go left.
Boom. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can pause. But that is one of so many. And this is her childhood described to you, and the personality of people are developed in the first 8 years. To me, and I may be wrong, but it sounds like she had a chaotic home growing up. And usually when people grow up in environments like that, when they are married and they're like, let's say, assuming she has a peaceful home right now, their brain is wired in a way that they seek for chaos. They have to be stimulated all the time. They cannot feel okay with being okay, with things being okay, because for all she knows, there was chaos, divorce, poverty, getting kicked out. I don't know what happens after.
That makes sense.
I can dig in the future. But when someone all the way to 14 lived like that, and then with boyfriends, and then probably around 16, 17, I guess, she started living with her grandparents. I'm not sure. You would know that maybe. But it's already, the damage is done, is what I'm trying to say. I think when you talk about her being spoiled and having a good life, maybe you're referring to when she was a teenager, or like maybe after 16, 17.
No, what I said specifically is that, living with a grandparents, typically what happens is specifically what I've said is that I don't think she is someone that has had to face consequences. I don't think that she is someone that's ever been held accountable. That's what I see. Now, whether or not she grew up in poverty or whatever else, like I don't know. But that's.
I mean, one of the consequences was that she was kicked out of the house. Like her parents kicked her out of the house because, again, I don't think because she was so assertive, like she said she was assertive with the teachers. I think because she was very defiant. Why would someone's parents kick a 14-year-old girl out? And if that was a lie, that's a big lie. That's crazy if someone's gonna talk about her parents and lie like that. If it was the truth, let's say that was the truth, then how bad can you get where your parents kick you out and you're a girl?
Most of the time 14-year-olds, if they're not assertive, they're just assholes. Like, and you see this, I see this on videos of kids and a lot of times
I've seen it happen.
And by the way, minority girls especially, it seems to be the trend that I've seen where like this girl in this classroom is just yelling at the teacher and telling them what they're going to do or whatever else is going. And I'm sure it happens across all races. There's assholes out there. What your point is, and I agree with it, is it's like, no, you're not assertive. You're just completely defiant. You refuse to play by the rules, and that's not good growing up. Like, there's a reason that why we have certain norms within society, and I think that's kind of the point that you're making as well.
Absolutely. I sent you 2 videos about her husband. If you can play while I am going to turn off my camera really quick, I'll be right back.
Yep. I will shoot this over. Actually. You guys tell me what you think. Number one, what I'm gonna have Jeanette do when she comes back here in just a minute is kind of jump to the end of this, and that is talk a little bit about what she thinks is going on with Candace Owens specifically, and then what I'd like to see is her make a case for those points. While I'm waiting on these videos to upload over here,
they're on my X too. You can just go on my X page and it's right. Yeah.
Let's do that. Which video are they?
If you go on my X here,
I got one right here. Let's play this one real quick.
George Farmer, let me read officially first. George Farmer, let me read officially first, is a media and technology executive who currently serves as president of the Candace podcast, as well as the executive director of UK news channel GB News. He formerly served as the CEO of Parler. In his role as Parler, he led the reinstatement of the company to both Apple and Google App Stores, raised over $45 million in financing rounds, acquired a leading cloud computing business, and reestablished Parler as a leading free speech social media platform. In serving as president of the Candace podcast, he has helped build the business and operational infrastructure for one of the most successful podcasts in the United States, regularly ranking in the top 3 on both Spotify and Apple podcasts alongside Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan. That is out of this world. Prior to his pursuits in media and technology, he worked in the financial markets for a decade in London. Mr. Farmer graduated with a first-class degree and scholarship from Oxford University, where he majored in theology. As an active Catholic, he works extensively in various church projects, both in his home diocese of Nashville, across the U.S. and Europe. He's married to Candace Owens, and they have 3 children. 3, 2, and 1-year-old, I believe. So I had the great grace of getting to interview George.
Did you hear the very first part, Gary? The very first part, like literally the first.
He was the internet and technology expert.
Media technology, yes.
Play that real quick.
George Farmer, let me read officially first, is a media and technology executive.
So media and technology executive. So that's who he is.
Mm-hmm. And this was last year after Candace was fired from Daily Wire. And yeah, I mean, he's definitely involved. I am pretty certain about that because of so many things. One, when they did a show together, he kept calling her grifter, but saying people are calling you grifter. She, Second, I know that few people wanted to hire Candace after she was fired from the Daily Wire, but she chose to work for George Farmer. That's something that I've heard. There is I don't have any evidence for that, but so he is very much involved. But yeah, I think I don't know. She hates psychology and their friendship with. I mean, what is it? What is the guy? John Mappin, Scientologist hates psychology, and today she said,
one of her producers is a Scientologist as well. So that we know. I don't know about the other ones. I think there's 3 of them. I don't know if those include George Farmer or not. What I'd like, and I know everybody's kind of waiting. What I'd like to kind of hear from you is, what do you think, and then maybe make a case for it. But tell us what you think. If you were going to diagnose, and I don't know how you want to say that because I know you can't legally diagnose someone without them
I haven't
being.
seen her. Yeah.
What do you see? What do you see going on with Candace Owens? Let's state that right up front, and then I'll let you make a case for whatever it's personality disorders, narcissism, whatever it is.
Again, like you said, legally, ethically, I'm not allowed to diagnose, but I definitely see a lot of symptoms, behavior, characteristics that are indicators of someone who could possibly have antisocial personality disorder, which can coexist with narcissistic personality disorder and borderline personality disorder. People like, I was gonna say, besides right now, as of today, I know 2 people who hate psychology. 1, if you're a Scientologist. 2, if you have an antisocial personality disorder, you will hate psychology, therapy, anything that has to do with, because they just they're like, just get away from me. They're very, very different. Their brain function is different. Like I said, it could be genetic. It could be, here, I'll read it for you. It could be genetic, a predisposition inherited from parents who may have similar personality traits, or parental neglect or absence, lack of consistent care, emotional support or guidance. Children who are left alone or abandoned in developmental years. Severe or inconsistent parental punishment, like you were talking about. Yeah, I don't think she had that. And obviously she didn't have that to a point where parents gave up. They're like, just leave, right? So she went live with a boyfriend. Severe or inconsistent parental punishment. Or that could be one, or sometimes when parents overly discipline, like overly harsh discipline for minor behaviors, like the way you sit, the way you eat, and etc. But this was not
a great prosecution.
Excessive control, criticism, or physical punishment during childhood. I mean, God knows, before they kick her out of the house, if they, I don't know, beat her up. Usually
George.
Sorry, I was trying to get the other video queued up for you, real quick. So, look, I am very skeptical as well of the entire study of psychology. I think many of us would agree that like SSRIs are overprescribed, and I do think we should be a little bit, I don't know, skeptical, suspicious, whatever you want to call it. I think there are a lot of people out there, just like doctors. Like, there's a lot of doctors out there that are overprescribing opiates, and they cover up symptoms as opposed to addressing the underlying. And I think that is something that is in the public eye, and a lot of people feel that way when it comes to psychiatry. Talk to us a little bit about that. As someone that is a professional in the field, what are your thoughts on some of the criticisms of psychiatry and psychology?
A lot. I mean, for me, when clients ask me what prescription, I'm being honest. I tell them the only good one I heard and I know, and my family members I know that took it, was like the only SSRI that I know is Prozac, 20 milligram, not even 40 milligram. Besides that, there's no medication that I ever promoted in my life, or I said or I even took, or even Prozac I never took. But if I ever have to deal with severe depression, that's going to be my go-to. But I want you to know, Gary, personality disorders like ASPD, NPD, or BPD, these are not disorders where medication is going to fix you or help you right away. It needs a lot of therapy going back to the childhood. Why are you extremely fearless, for example, to a point where you're asking? TPUSA. How much? How much? Give me the price. I'll send it to you. How much? Or like, anything. If you look at her entire, I mean, this is not about Candace right now. She is the symptom of a bigger problem. They're growing. These people behind the screens are growing, where they're using free speech and they're influencing people. Tyler Robinson was also influenced, and now Erica could be in danger because sociopaths, they come up with justification. Oh, okay, she's a bad person too. Let's get rid of her too. Oh, Tyler Boyer. Oh man, yeah, that dude is. So it's dangerous. What I'm trying to say is, like, I really hope that Candace Owens finds someone and gives a therapist a chance. It's not a bad thing, even if you have nothing, if you have no disorder. Just talk about few things, like, why is it that you have zero fear as a mother, okay, and you think the biggest fear in your life should be just pedophiles, and not putting yourself or your kids' lives in danger with the things you're doing right now behind the screen. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to follow up to something that you said, because you're right. The same rhetoric that ended up getting Donald Trump now 3 times, an attempted assassination on Donald Trump 3 times, folks. The same rhetoric is being used against Erica Kirk, TPUSA. And by the way, worse rhetoric. And there are crazy people out there, and she knows it. And, there's a part of me, and I hope I'm wrong, there's a part of me that I feel like Candace Owens would be gleeful if somebody tried to take out Erica Kirk. I really do. And I hope that's completely wrong. And God forgive me if I am. I hope that's not correct. But that's the impression that I get because of how cold she is, how calculated she is about what she says, how she says it, and what I feel like is very obvious that she is directing crazies at her enemies. And, again, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm being completely uncharitable, and that's incorrect. But I have never heard her say anything like that. Like, hey, you know what? I don't want you to go after Erica Kirk. I think she is stoking a fire, and it is extremely, extremely dangerous. Real quick, I just want to throw up some super chats real quick so they don't get too far away from me. Thank you for exposing Candace. Not sure what her angle is. This is all crazy. Ranger up. CJ Carenti in the house. Since no one else is willing to ask, and Bronson isn't here, Jeanette, peanut butter or French toast, or no, asking for a friend?
I like both.
No. The question is peanut butter on French toast.
Oh, no.
Exactly. I know your family history came up, but somebody was asking if you're French. What is your genealogy there?
I am Armenian. I was born in Iran. My name is French. The spelling is awkward. My mom spelled it that way. Even it should be Jeanette, but actually I like it Jinat. So I was born in Iran. I am Armenian Christian. Came to the United States when I was 16, right before 9/11 happened, and I was here since then.
Awesome. All right, so back to Candace. So, do you feel that concern? Like, are you concerned about Erica's safety because of the rhetoric that's being used against her?
And Tyler Boyer, she's target. It's funny, when you started playing her, I heard her talk about Tyler Boyer, and 30 minutes prior to that, I posted on X that this is not going to stop. She's not going to stop. She's going to make series about Tyler Boyer next, and I really believe that she's not going to stop, because why wouldn't she hate TPUSA?
Well, the problem is that a lot of us hate a lot of organizations that we're no longer a part of, and people that we used to work with. The difference is we don't go after them this way. This is not, and this is the difference. And you kind of touched on it earlier. It used to not be socially acceptable to do this to people. Like, look, let's say Erica Kirk is guilty. She is guilty. Let's say she's guilty, and we think that she's actually guilty of, conspiring to kill Charlie Kirk. Even if that was true, it wasn't long ago that people would say, you know what, you can't continue to spread that unless you have evidence. And that's the difference. And I hear this all the time. This is also another false dichotomy, some weird binary choice. It's a fallacy no matter which way you look at it. But I hear people saying, well, then you're accusing Tyler Robinson and you've convicted him. Well, no, first of all, that's for the court to do. And number two, what we have, the difference here is we have a mountain of evidence against Tyler Robinson. We have DNA evidence. We have terabytes full of video evidence against Tyler Robinson. We have cell phone evidence. We have his own confessions on multiple different platforms. We have his parents saying that he confessed to them. We have, it doesn't end. There's never been a more solid case. And the crazy thing is people will reject that all outright, but then they try to use the same thing. Like, well, I can accuse Erica Kirk because you're accusing Tyler Robinson. It's not even in the same zip code. There's nothing even close to those. And, trying to justify that is crazy to me.
Gary, do you really think that Candace Owens thinks that exposing Erica or making serious about her, do you think that she actually thinks by doing that she's going to get to the truth of what happened to Charlie?
No, and that's part of my problem with this is that I 100% believe she's insincere and she's lying. And this is why that she's afraid to go over the evidence of Tyler Robinson. I think she probably has. I think she's just using this and hijacking this entire thing because she knows there's idiot people out there that will believe what she says, and she can paint the pictures that she's painting, and people will say it's amazing. I think she has intentionally omitted all the information from her viewers because you start talking to her viewers on X or everywhere else, and you're like, you start bringing up evidence. They're like, oh, I've never heard of that. Like, you are so involved in this. You want to come out and call me out and try to say that I'm lying about something. Please, it's a lie. Then on top of that, you're so involved in this that you've never taken the time to read a freaking 10-page document laying out the evidence against Tyler Robinson. No matter where I stand on an issue, I want to make sure that I'm educated on whatever you're talking about so that I can.
Gotta fix more.
Kind of refute that evidence or whatever else. But the problem is most people have never actually seen the evidence that is laid out against Tyler Robinson, or they wouldn't believe this. And Candace knows this, and that's why she's avoided that subject altogether. She's never shown that on her show. When the charging documents came out, she had 4 bullet points on a piece of paper. She didn't go over the charging documents. She got to present elements of it in the way that she wanted to present those elements, as opposed to actually reading them from the charging documents, which to me was clear indication right off the bat. That's where I started. When I first saw that, I was like, this is disingenuous. She's lying. She knows it. And this is where we're going. And I can tell you, that was probably back mid-September, mid-November, maybe even early November, probably a weekend in November. There is no way that even then, knowing and feeling like she's disingenuous, she's lying, she's trying to create a false narrative so people will continue to watch the show, I would have never predicted the trajectory of where she actually and where she is today, because this is insanity.
If you want, can you also please play the videos of Dr. Phil and Jordan Peterson? I have it on my page. They're very good. Jordan Peterson was literally talking about her when he was saying those things, and they got into X fight after that, but for a different reason. But he was definitely talking about
social behavior. Male antisocial behavior tends to be much more physically violent, and so most of the people who are imprisoned are male, mostly because we imprison violent offenders, which is social behavior. Male antisocial behavior tends to be much more physically violent, and so most of the people who are imprisoned are male, mostly because we imprison violent offenders, which is kind of interesting. We don't necessarily imprison white-collar criminals, even if they defraud 60,000 people, but a mugger, well, we're going to lock him up. And I can understand that, although not entirely. Defrauding 60,000 people out of their pension isn't exactly nothing either. But in any case, it's almost all men in prison, and it's almost all violent offenders. What's the female equivalent of antisocial personality? And it's much more subtle. But a lot of it is reputation destruction and exclusion, mean girl syndrome, when social behavior. Male antisocial behavior tends
to... Mean girl syndrome. How about that one to play?
They use underground strategies like reputation savaging and gossip to, promulgate their aggressive behavior. Now, men are much more likely to do that up front, and there's some simplicity in that. They use underground strategies.
There's one more.
But the female antisocial pattern, which is well established, by the way, in the clinical literature, is reputation savaging, gossip mongering, and exclusion.
Right.
But the female antisocial pattern, which is...
So there you have it. And Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil explains how, how a lot of people are saying she's so narcissist. Dr. Phil explained it really well, how people with this kind of disorder also have, that one play, please. So let me explain.
Manipulating social disorder, antisocial personality, has components of the borderline personality and the narcissistic personality disorder. Deceitful, manipulative, impulsive, reckless. You've heard a lot of those things in the borderline personality. You've heard some of those things about the narcissist. All of those things are rolled in here, but here they tend to be pretty malevolent with them. They're actually doing this in a very hurtful way. Disorder, antisocial personality, reckless.
It's getting out of control, honestly. If something happens, God forbid, to any of TPUSA staff members, God forbid, Erica or she needs to understand how these sociopaths, they justify in their head that, oh, these are bad people. And if TPUSA was not stopped after Charlie's assassination, then another one of us can be a hero and, harm more people. Why not? Because you're growing. And I think a lot of people don't understand about Erica. She always wanted to look like a Barbie. She always liked to dress up nice. And maybe some people panic after a trauma like that. I think sometimes she panicked. She wanted to look put together, be on the stage, keep on going, not stopping, because probably all of them thought what's going to happen to Charlie's, not just her biological children, but also Charlie's baby TPUSA. So they wanted to take good care of TPUSA. And
yeah,
so
she clearly wanted to project strength in spite of what took place.
And sometimes it's a panic reaction. Sometimes because it's anyhow, people can judge. Like I said, that doesn't mean the first thing I said in one of the spaces, Diligent, I'm sure you know him. Mm-hmm. This was like 3 months ago. I said, listen, there's a lot of things that could be perceived as weird, awkward, bizarre, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't mean anything. Here in California, in LA, I went to an event on June 30th. Rob McCoy was the pastor and Charlie was the speaker that night. There was no security. Nobody was vetted, and so people go. And so I went and I asked Rob McCoy, how come there is no security? He said, this is a family. Everyone knows everyone. We have it taken care of. Don't worry about it. Okay. I was freaking out. But so there's just so many things. First of all, Charlie was not someone scared. Second, if he was so scared of dying, he wouldn't be texting Mike Lee the next day saying, I just landed. It's going to be an amazing event. So when Candace talks about, oh my God, he was so scared that he was going to die, and he texted people saying he's going to die, why no one took it seriously? Did Charlie take it seriously? If he did, why did he even go on the stage? If he did, why did he text Mike Lee and say it's going to be a great event? Charlie was saying someone's going to kill me from a long time ago, according to Candace Owens, since 2018. She is like, I am done with Candace Owens. I'm more worried about the bigger picture, how these people, this Project Constitution, Mel, I just yesterday posted something that they're attacking, like, you can't even talk about Candace. Don't talk about Candace. Like, you are either an Israeli agent or you're a Candace hater because you're a woman, you're jealous, she's prettier than come on. I promise you, I used to love her. This is not the case. If anything, I should talk crap about Erica because Erica to me is prettier if it's jealousy. I mean, come on. I was a fan of her. And there were many times I tried to ignore what's happening and just move on with my life, not to lose money and time and sleep over this, but I just couldn't. And now I'm seeing it's not even about Candace anymore. This is a much bigger issue, and somebody needs to get involved. That's why I keep tagging Dr. Phil. People are like, why is he getting tagged? Because this is illness. This is an illness going around in our society, and it's very dangerous.
It's clearly a mass psychosis like I've never seen before. And you're right. The problem is you have what Candace Owens is saying, and then all her downstreamers. Not necessarily Ian Carroll, but Baron Coleman, Ryan Matta, Project Constitution, Diligent Denizen, Coach Collins, and so many more. What they're saying is magnified and exaggerated even further down in what they're producing, because they got to outdo Candace. They got to outshock Candace to get any sort of kind of leftover remnants and to get their voices heard. And that's what they're doing. They're willing to forge documents. They're willing to completely alter photos and just make Erica look like the worst. And now what they're pushing, we saw with Project Constitution, now he's trying to say that Erica Kirk was a male. And now that's what we're going with. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go through his comment section and just see people like push back. The lack of pushback. It was like 50 to 1. 50 people to 1 were like, yep, that's right, 100%. And again, I don't know if these are real people or they're bots, because I do think the bot activity is also pushing these down, because that's where the real impact is, and where they can really poison people and radicalize people and ultimately weaponize people. Because it's the people that are watching the downstreamers that are completely off their rocker. They've abandoned logic and reason, and it's all emotion and like, yes, let's get this person. That's what they're at. They are a fevered pitchfork in Torch's crowd, and they're ready to do a lynching. They would absolutely, without any evidence, if you gave them the power to take a vote, be like, hey, would you condemn Erica to death? I 100% believe that the vast majority of them would vote for that. Because that's how evil and destructive and disgusting they are. And it is. This is a problem that is continuing to metastasize. And not only that, we've reestablished societal norms with this. That's what scares me.
It is scary. And it's not even them being emotional. They're using people's emotions. And I came to the conclusion that it's just about money and clicks, to be honest with you. Attention, money, clicks. It's not even so much about their believing what they're saying. I have few people that I know for sure, and they don't even believe what they're saying, but they say it just because that's, I guess, saying the craziest, outrageous things gets you clicks and money these days. That's so sad.
Yeah, like I said, we saw yesterday. I bet it's over 2 million now. But within a few hours, Project Constitution's allegation that Erica Kirk was a male had 1.3 million views. 1 point for utter trash, utter garbage. Now, some of those people are like me. Now, what I've done, and I recommend this to you folks if you're on Twitter or whatever else, folks, don't share these people's trash. Screenshot it and then make your own post. That's what you need to do. Do not share that stuff. Do not promulgate that stuff. Steal the views from them. And look, I'm a person that is big on, like, I try not to like steal other content creators. Now, if I can't find the original source and I see that you've clipped that video, I'm probably going to clip it too. But if it is a video that was made by a content creator, I try to share that. That being said, like, do not give these evil people additional views. Make it your own views, steal their views, and put whatever comments into the post you plan to do and condemn it. But we got to be careful about that, and it is a larger societal problem, and I don't see it getting better. I don't see it getting better. What
do you think about Candace's husband, Gary? Because he I don't know. I'm interested to like study him a little bit. Whenever you can, if you want, if you feel like it. I like people to see also. I want people to see this. The one that I sent on X saying aggression, manipulation, and deceit, and there are 4 videos attached. If you can play those. I mean, the one that the 3 other ones. You already played it with the Russell Brand one, just the other ones. While you're doing that, I'm gonna turn on something.
Yeah. So one of the. Let me look this up real quick. Let's see if I can find this real fast. Like, Jamie, pull up that video. You know what? While we're doing that, and I want to pull up something I just saw, another comment, and somebody asked something to the effect of, "What do you think is behind this?" In the whole Israel thing. It's not because TPUSA. Like, what I think, number one thing that Democrats have always tried to do is blame Israel for everything. So there's elements of that going on. There's also this weird thing where they are promoting Islam light, not directly, kind of indirectly. We see that with Tucker Carlson, and we just saw that with Megyn Kelly as well. She got all bent out of shape.
How about the girl with the Palestinian flag? What's her name?
Ilhan Omar.
The one that she got fired just recently, and you know who I'm talking about. But she was talking to Dr. Phil, and she was in a meeting talking about how us Catholics, we do not support Israel, and she had the Palestinian flag.
Prejean. Look, I don't know what's all behind it, but what I can tell you is that there is this movement that is meant to undermine the MAGA conservative movement. And that's what this is all about. And there are elements of anti-Israel stuff in there. And look, I don't care if we as Americans sit down, we have this discussion about our relationship with Israel. Perfectly fine with that. What I don't want, and what I'm not going to allow myself to be subjected to, is propaganda coming from outside this country, which I do think a lot of this is coming from outside the country. And on top of that, the corrupt, disgusting left trying to hijack this and, again, infiltrate and push messaging. That's what's going on as well. So there's just multiple sources. I think you better believe that Qatar is in on this, UAE is in on this. I wouldn't doubt if we have the UK in on this. I think they are all funding bots, and they're signal boosting Candace and her followers. And they would love nothing more than the destruction of the MAGA movement, the conservative right, and TPUSA. TPUSA, folks, don't get it twisted. It is still the most powerful conservative promoting entity in the United States, period. It's what got Donald Trump elected. That's why when this happened, and look, this could be a much larger conspiracy where you had somebody outside of the country or somebody here in the country that targeted Tyler Robinson, that radicalized him, that pushed him to what happened, right? And weaponized him and directed him at Charlie Kirk. And they knew that they were going to come in, because I will tell you, whether they knew it or not, by September 11th, the very next day, we already started hearing about, palm guns. Like, we already started hearing about all the other conspiracies and trying to deflect blame away from the left. That's what took place, and it started seeding doubt in people's mind about this official narrative. They wanted you to distrust the Donald Trump administration and the Donald Trump government, and it's worked. It's worked. Like, I don't think we should ever take the government at their word and not for face value. But I have went there. I've researched this. I've talked to eyewitnesses. I looked at what's going on. I looked at the ballistics of it. There is nothing that is outside of a very good, plausible explanation. There's weird things, and that's what they point to. Like you said, the reaction of Mikey McCoy. It's weird. People act weird in extremely weird and stressful, traumatic events. You know? So,
Yeah.
you know, we've talked about the ballistics 30-06. It's anomalous. It's atypical. Not outside the realm of possibilities. There's plenty of research, plenty of studies. The more I've looked into that, the more I realized how common it actually is for a 30-06 not to exit with something like that. And that's without even understanding, we don't know anything about the ammunition. We still don't know anything about the ammunition. We don't know anything about the rifle other than the caliber. That's it. And you can't come to a foregone conclusion or a logical prediction without knowing many key elements of the ballistics. I'll be honest with you, Jeanette, I still haven't found this video. What video was it about?
I want to, you reminded me of something about everything you just said. I forget that one. Let me, let's do another one. I'm looking for it right now. Where did I'm going to repost it so you can see it on top. The love story. Oh my God. I really want people to, because like she said that Alan had an interview with this. Here, I'm going to. I can see it. Her love story. How she makes
Between her and George?
Yes, she says. So whoever Alan interviewed, I think it was Stacy, which is like a mother figure to Erica Kirk. Stacy told Alan Graham that Candace told Stacy she doesn't believe Erica ever loved Charlie. And I want people to listen to Candace Owen when she's asked, how did you guys meet? How did you fall in love? Oh, I went to the dinner. I had the podcast with Russell Brand, that podcast we just showed, by the way. That was right before that dinner. And then I went to this dinner, and then he was sitting there, and I just looked at his face. And just his face told me it's going to be okay. And then in a different show, in a different episode, she talks to someone else saying how she was texting her friend saying, I'm going to marry this guy. So she sees a guy. And then also she mentions, these are her own words. That's why I want you to play. She says, he didn't even talk. We didn't even talk. It was just his face. I just knew it's him.
Well, and then in a separate interview, you had George saying that there were never any sort of romantic overtures, and there was nothing even talked about relationship-wise until the day that he decided to propose. Which is completely, you talk about weird. If you want to start prosecuting people.
Well, yeah. I pinned it. It's like on top of my page. You can just, I really want people to see this because it's important for us. The only thing we can do right now, Gary, is educate people.
Time in London, and then we're engaged. I have a very rare love story, and we met, laid eyes on each other for the first time in London, and then we're engaged 18 days later. Yeah, it's kind of unbelievable. When people would ask the question of how did you know, I can't explain it. Like I just looked at George and I just knew that it was going to be okay. I didn't know what that thing was that was going to be okay, but I knew that like there was just this spiritual pull in a way that I had never felt it before. And what's so funny is when I met him, he was sitting next to me at dinner and he didn't say a word. It was just his face. Like I looked at him and I was like, this is my person. So there's days where, you know, there's the expression, this is my better half. There are days when he's just the whole, you know, like he's just the whole. And I'm just like, I know I can't. And he.
In the call, you said something very interesting to me. You said, Candace said to you, she didn't believe that Erica ever loved Charlie.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel when you hear something like that from Candace Owens?
I'm there thinking it's a business interview.
It started that way.
Right. So we sit down and you grill me for what, 3 hours?
Yeah.
Easily on philosophy, politics, religion, culture, economics, what else? Everything else you can imagine, he grilled me. Anything he talks about on his podcast show, he grilled me on, pretty much.
Just didn't record it.
And then afterwards, he got finished with his burger and he just sat there and he looked at me and he's like, you know what? I'm not going to hire you. And I was like, that's fine. I don't need this job. I'm doing plenty of other things here in Manhattan. He's like, I'm going to date you.
You know, one thing I just want to point out, like everything about this just seems so authentic compared to comparing and contrasting what we saw with George Farmer and all the interviews I've seen them discuss their relationship. Like there's just a coldness there that I find a little jarring, that if I was going to marry somebody, I would want to see what we clearly see between Charlie Kirk and Erica. And the other thing too, like every time that you see videos, unless they're just super good actors, every time you see video with Charlie Kirk and Erica together, it just feels real. It looks real. Like these people were in love. That's the only thing that I ever get out of that. And I've tried my best to look at it from a different point of view. Like, okay, if I'm going to be the average Candace person, like, how do I want to view this? And I want to try to interpret this the way that, like, am I seeing something that's fake? Am I seeing something that's inauthentic? Am I seeing something where, you know, they're acting? And I never get that vibe. You guys let me know what you think over in the comments. There's only a couple of seconds left of this video.
And you want to take it from there?
And you said you were kind of confused.
Super far right.
Do you think having kids made you more conservative?
100%. Which I didn't think was possible.
Oh my God.
That last part is because she's literally, okay, a few things about this video. One, Candace just keeps saying Tyler Boyer introduced them. Okay, Charlie, according to both of them right now, you just saw Charlie grilled her on economic, religion, culture, politics, everything that he talks about and is interested in. So he was interested in. So even assuming Tyler Boyer set them up, okay, whose decision was it to date her? Like, whose decision was it to date her after that 3 hours of long conversation he had? He liked her. He wanted to date her. And you know what? Even if this was just one time, Candace, it was her first episode after Charlie's death, or like second, she said, Charlie told me, now I sound like a gossip girl, I hate it. But she said, Charlie told me that, are you sure you want to marry George Farmer? Is that good for your brand? And I told Charlie, love is not about brand. Why did she say that? Assuming she was trying to portray Charlie was focused on brand, okay? And he thought of Erica as the perfect match for him and his brand. So what?
Right.
Assuming, according to Candace, Erica did not fall in love with him, and she also was an ambitious person and cared about the status of the person she was going to marry. Let's assume that was even the case. So what? How are these things making her a criminal? I mean, are you kidding me? Like, I posted today, if you look at the literature, almost 40% of people, especially actually women, they get married because it's a good fit. It's like it's a good match because of they feel compatible. It's just good. That's what they think is good for them.
Right.
But Candace, according to her, the definition of love, Gary, is when you see someone, and I zoomed on his face on purpose, when you see someone and their face just tells you he's the one. I mean, talking about emotionally not becoming mature because of trauma, there you have it. You have it.
My own unprofessional diagnosis is that at a minimum, she's a sociopath. I do not think that she feels the emotions that we feel. And so I'm not going to even pretend to know what goes on in her head or what she considers love or not love. I do, like you said, there are lots of people out there that have marriages of convenience or what just they think it just makes logical sense and there's not a lot of emotion. I know people like that. And usually they're not going to last. But what I can say is that from outside looking in, every time that I've ever seen Charlie Kirk together with Erica, like, to me, that is the picture perfect looking couple of, you can just sit back like, man, those two genuinely love each other. Those two actually love each other, and it's great to see that. Because yeah, when you're a public figure like Charlie, it is more than just, you know, the analysis that goes into that is more than just, hey, I love this person. Of course, there's going to be some of this. Hey, is this person a good fit? As we should have. Like, all of us have probably been in love with somebody or had feelings for somebody that we know would be a terrible person for our careers, our everyday life. Like, we've all been down that road. And of course, some of that analysis is gonna be like, hey, no, not only do I love her, but I think she'd also be a great fit for what I'm trying to accomplish. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I think, thinking about that just makes sense.
Yeah, and I don't believe that it was his face that made her. I think it was what Laura Loomer, I hear, even though, again, I'm not a Laura Loomer fan because I don't know her, I'm just not. But I do believe her when she said Candace married George Farmer only because he was rich.
Yeah. No,
that's my own personal opinion. No one can tell. This is not a professional opinion. This is just my personal opinion that she is not even capable of, in my opinion, of. I wish I could interview her. Actually, I did email her. Like, she should tell us what her definition of love is, what her definition of betrayal is, money thing going on behind the scenes about TPUSA, assuming even that's correct. Okay, how does this lead to the conclusion that they're covering up the assassination? All of them are involved with Israel, with Netanyahu, with blah blah blah. Like, this is almost like just really, it's just about clicks and money. She is a con man and woman, and it's sad that people are learning, Armenians are learning, and they're growing. And that's all I care about, honestly, right now.
I agree. And we got to continue to push back. It's the only answer. It's the only answer. Like, and folks, again, coordinate with everybody. You guys create your own chats on X, create your own, I don't know, create some content, continue to push back. S. Brown says, why, when, how was the shift in culture? Here's my opinion. I'll let Jeanette give hers. I think that Candace Owens couldn't exist without COVID, without January 6th, and without the stolen 2020 election. I think, and again, look, I'm just telling you how this works. Other countries, and including elements of political parties, these think tanks and things like that, folks, they are analyzing all of this. They're putting out polls. They may ask you a few different questions in that poll, and you respond to that. Or online, you play these stupid games online that are really nothing but personality assessments and things like that. They may have 10 questions on there that are completely unrelated, but from that, they're pulling additional information of essentially how you feel. And then they take all that information, they aggregate it, and they figure out, hey, here's the message that we want to push. Here's our objective. Using this information, how do we flood this, and how do we capitalize on what's going on? And that's what they're doing. And every other country does it. We do this to other countries. Every other country does it to us, and they're capitalizing on this. And I don't think that Candace, I think that was the shift. We had such distrust for the government that so many people, no matter what the government came out and said, if they came out and said the sky is blue, there's going to be people out there saying, nope, especially conservatives, nope, the sky's actually green. The sky's actually green. They will reject everything. Jeanette, what's your thoughts on that question?
She's definitely using that mistrust people have and developed towards the government and, the systems. She's definitely abusing the hell out of that. But remember, this is a woman, same person who wrote articles about how cheating and having affairs are romantic. So to me, whatever is forbidden and is not socially acceptable or normal, somehow, somewhere she learned that that's where, when you know how some kids, they like to get good attention, they will do anything to get attention. She's one of those who will do anything to get attention. And for her, it was easier to get bad attention, like talking about the forbidden things, talking about the unacceptable things, talking about there's nothing forbidden. We have free speech here, but abnormal things, honestly, controversial. And so she learned that somewhere, somehow, and she just changed the brand from, like Laura Loomer said, from being a liberal to a conservative. And then, like so many of you guys said, she had a boss who she had to be careful what she's saying. And now that her boss is George Farmer, she's unleashed. She's just out there saying whatever the hell she wants with no consequences. She's very careful, Gary. She's very careful. There were moments where, like, if you go to the space she held on X, a few times she attacked her own supporters, saying, I never said that. I never said that. You guys are saying that. I never said that. She's very careful. And that's what's going to make defamation.
We saw her do that within 45 seconds of the Piers Morgan show. So she was doing the exact same thing. She said, hey, I believe that people within TPUSA are complicit in the cover up and the murder of Charlie Kirk. And then 45 seconds later, she's saying that she didn't say that. So I don't know if she's disconnected from what she's actually saying or just gets sloppy and doesn't realize it. I don't know. The other thing I did want to bring up real quick, talking about when, why, and how the shift and what enabled all of this to take place. The other part of that enabled this to take place or paved the way for this was the war between Israel and Gaza, right? So what we had a horrific situation take place on October 7th, and then we have a response, and people can debate whether or not that made sense or not, right? But they went after everybody in Gaza. And I even have some criticisms there, but I'm also careful about that because, again, I guarantee I would be much more adamant about a harsh response if it was me. It's easy for us to sit at home and say, you know what, Israel is just genocide this, genocide. We throw words around that we don't even know what they mean, and they use it for hyperbole. And then, of course, what you do have is you have Hamas and other terrorist organizations that are intentionally releasing pictures and doing a lot of, they're terrorist organizations, all right? They, without a doubt, they were putting bombs.
I live in Iran, Gary. People are chanting death to USA, death to Israel every day for 16 years. Okay, the first 4 or 5 years I was a kid, but after that, at least for a decade, I saw that with my own eyes. My people from here, everyone's praying for the regime change. Even though Charlie was against it, a lot of people are against it, I understand it. But for Candace not to know anything and just like I said, that's why I talked about the article she wrote, because it goes back to, now the Israel thing is popular. That's where I'm going to go.
Well, and the other thing that we have to realize is that without a doubt, Hamas is amazing, and the Palestinians are amazing at propaganda. Like I just saw a video the other day that had these guys actually said medic on their clothes. They pull up in a ambulance. They start laying out mortars, and then what we hear is I didn't see any conclusion to that. But the point is they take things like that they are doing that are illegal, that are war crimes, saying that you're a medic and you're pulling up and you're storing munitions and getting ready to deploy munitions and try to kill people while you're using an ambulance and while you're using the clothes of a medic. And then what happens is a strike hits that ambulance, and then the story goes out, oh, hey, Israel killed a couple of medics. I agree that there are definitely times where Israel has been over-aggressive, but I'm smart enough to know I don't know all the answers when it comes to Gaza. But the point here is that they have done a really good job as painting, whether it's correct or not, that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, and the pictures from there are definitely horrific. It is a human tragedy without a doubt, and they are capitalizing on that, and they're exploiting it to push certain narratives. And just like you said, Jeanette, what Candace has done is weave that in, and there was already this anti-Israel, anti-Semitic movement taking place, and they've exploited that as well. So you just need to be aware of that. David Webb says, Proverbs 26:28, a lying tongue hateth those that are afflicted by it, and a flattering mouth worketh ruin. Just like my relatives hates my mom, so too does Candace Owens hate Erica. Jealousy, God bless all. It's true. And the other thing too is people do enjoy this much more complicated murder mystery. They get sucked into it, and they will take sweet lies over bitter truth. And there's just some people that we're never going to be able to convince. And the only thing we're doing is pushing back on those people that are pushing propaganda. And the other thing that we're trying to do is reach those that are actually reasonable folks. Gary, you said you don't believe TR acted alone. Who do you speculate may have conspired with him? How would their motive compare to the millions of dollars plus power that Erica DPS gained because of 9/10? Look, I think it's completely reasonable. I think it's a possibility that Tyler acted alone. I just haven't seen evidence of that. What I have seen is evidence that it was mentioned, and there were people online that predicted the outcome of that event, and not just one, not just two. There was multiple out there. I do think that Tyler had been talking to other people. I do think that that's possibly being investigated. I think without a doubt, Lance Twiggs knew what Tyler was going to do. So that's where I'm willing to say right there. The fact that people are just avoiding those truths and going off in another direction. Look, motive isn't everything. All right, my wife has a motive right now to kill me.
I swear to God, I say that.
You know, it's like just because there is, and by the way, I think it's a really short-sighted motive. You're saying they were able to raise all these millions of dollars. Look, Charlie Kirk was going to raise those millions of dollars anyhow. And on top of that, the long game is there's nobody that would have sat on with TPUSA and said, hey, you know what? We're better off without Charlie for the long game. Charlie was a fundraising machine, without a doubt. He is the best voice in the conservative movement, probably since Rush Limbaugh, and maybe even more compelling, especially amongst the youth, than Rush Limbaugh. And, you know, Rush Limbaugh philosophically was the best out there, but he really wasn't involved in raising money and getting the vote out the way that Charlie did. Charlie is attributed with 2.5 million votes. We beat Kamala Harris by 2.3 million. So he is a game changer. And when you forget about the couple of $1 million that he raised, think about the political right and the real monetary value of Charlie Kirk's ability to get out the vote and get the right people in office. That's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And for the longevity of TPUSA to exist, like you can't sell me on this silly couple. I don't care if it's $50 million. It's not that much. Like I looked it up the other day because Candace Owens said that TPUSA was $1 billion company. It's worth like $230 million. It's not worth much more than George Farmer is, to be honest with you. And I know some of that money is his father and all those other things. But like these silly $10 million, like $10 million in this game is nothing. And the motive to keep Charlie alive by everybody involved is so much stronger than the motive to take him out. You just look at it rationally and reasonably. It really is.
And I'm sorry, one thing comment about that. Like, even people who are so mad at Israel, even if they want to convince themselves or they're already convinced that Israel had to do with Charlie's assassination, I really want you guys to ask yourself, how does a series about Erica Kirk and Candace talking to Erica's ex-boyfriends have to do with Israel and Charlie's assassination? Like, how do you get, just because middle of the show, she says, oh my God, but the DuPonts, how did I know they're going to come up? Just because please, you guys be smarter than that. Just because she's throwing words, don't think they're all somehow connected.
Yeah, but they're not connected.
That in 2026, hundreds of people got together and said, let's get rid of Charlie and cover up. no one's going to say anything. Let's keep it a secret. How's that? This is 2026, Gary. With all the phones, all the footage, go ahead. Sorry.
None of it makes sense. Unless you're an idiot and you are so easily convinced and you don't have a strong mind. What Candace is doing is just what Jordan Peterson talked about. And that is, why do these mean girls go after people and attempt character assassination? It's not because they just want to assassinate their character. It's that they want to be able to convince you that they are worse and more capable of worse things. And so if we take Erica Kirk just as she is, what we know to be true, and we say she was capable of and she was involved with Charlie Kirk's death, that doesn't fly. But if what we can do is erode her character unjustly and turn her into a monster and slowly, and look, Candace Owens has been working this angle methodically, slowly, carefully, strategically since early September. All you got to do is look back. She started pushing, inserting Erica a little bit more, continuing to tie her with nefarious activity and to cast aspersions and suspicion on Erica, to where now we're culminating in, I don't even know what this was the last 2 days. My brain still hurts. But in Candace's mind is tomorrow she's going to be able to, when she's done laying out whatever case that she's going to lay out tomorrow, she thinks that you will now accept the fact and believe the fact, or the idea, it's not a fact, the idea that Erica Kirk was capable of, because she's such a horrible person. And not only is she a horrible person, but she comes from a long lineage of horrible people. That's what I'm hearing so far. And she didn't just do it. Her mother did it. Her grandmother did it. These are all horrible people. And all she's doing is carrying on the family name. And she was tied into killing
Andrew Corbett and Tyler Boyer, and they're all bad people. They're all Gary, was it you with Charlie's security guy? You had an interview. Was that you?
Yes.
When he said, because I know I'm.
No, I will say this: do I think that Erica is probably this saintly person who never does anything wrong? No. Do I think that she murdered her husband? Also, no.
100%. I've heard this, but I don't know if it was the interview between you and him, or was when he was with Fox, or with.
It's just.
But he said this. He said, "I regret listening to Charlie, letting him to sit where he decided to sit. We wanted originally to make him sit somewhere else. We warned him, but he wanted to sit there to be there and like have the tent there. And so we listened to him, and I regret that." Was that with you when he said that?
We talked about a lot of things that Charlie said and did. I don't know if there's really no other places. I don't remember that part. That being said, what Brian did tell me is like, look, this has been a long history of these things where it's like, Charlie, we need you to do this, and she's like, no, I'm going to go out. Like, for instance, one of the big things that sticks out in my mind, she told about actually being at Berkeley, and there's this huge crowd, and he's like, no, I'm just going to go walk out in the crowd. And these are extremely aggressive oppositional folks out there. And Charlie just walked right into the crowd, and he's like, no, Charlie, you can't do this. And he did. And he said all we could do is accompany him and try to provide the best security as possible.
Breaking developments at this hour after that deadly gun battle involving U.S. citizens off of Cuba, a U.S. speedboat and Cuban forces, and what ABC News has now learned tonight about that boat. Here's Martha Raddatz.
It's very strange.
Tonight, U.S. officials confirming that at least one of the 4 people shot and killed on that Florida speedboat off the coast of Cuba was a U.S. citizen, and one of the 6 people wounded, a second U.S. citizen. Police say the U.S. speedboat involved in the gun battle was reported stolen from this boat launch in the Florida Keys earlier this week. Cuba claiming the men were trying to infiltrate the island for terrorist purposes. The speedboat, according to the Cuban Ministry of Interior, reached within a nautical mile of the Alpino Channel when Cuban patrol boats approached the vessel. The Cubans claiming those on board the U.S. boat opened fire, prompting the Cubans to return fire. Cuba claims the suspects were armed with assault rifles, Molotov cocktails, and bulletproof vests, but provided no proof. The brother of a man he says was one of the boat's occupants telling the Associated Press his brother had become obsessed with the quest for Cuba's freedom. The island nation is in the middle of a crippling energy crisis amid a U.S. quarantine of oil shipments. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Wednesday saying the U.S. will conduct its own investigation.
It is highly unusual to see shootouts in open sea like that. We're going to find out. We're not going to base our conclusions on what they've told us.
And David, given that there was one American killed and another wounded, this is a complicated situation for the State Department since police say the boat was stolen and the Cubans say those men were heavily armed and fired on the Cuban troops first. David?
Martha Raddatz on this again tonight for us. Martha, thank you.
And I mean, it's certainly possible that that's the way that it played out.
Entre los fallecidos se identificó a Michelle Ortega Casanova.
Tonight, the Cuban government has released the
why
names of
should
those involved
you really
after
trust
a
either
deadly
government to tell
confrontation in
you
Cuban waters. This
the
comes
truth
after
of
Cuban
what's
officials
really
said
going
that
on.
a Florida-registered boat violated their waters this morning, triggering an armed confrontation with Cuban border guard troops. 4 people on the vessel were killed and at least 6 people were hurt. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Jawan Strader. We have live team coverage for you tonight. NBC6's Lorena Inclán joins us in the Keys with the latest developments. But we start with NBC6's Valerie Ryan, who joins us in Little Havana with more from U.S. officials. Valerie.
Here's something cute.
Well, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he will not be speculating
calls
without
that he thinks
evidence,
into me.
but the Department of Homeland...
Stop. This is Punch. Punch was abandoned by his mother. That is something that's really special. These monkeys said, look, you got all these humans watching you. You look disgusting because nobody's feeding you. No.
Entre los fallecidos se identificó a Michelle Ortega Casanova.
Tonight, the Cuban government has released the names of those involved after a deadly confrontation in Cuban waters. This comes after Cuban officials said that a Florida registered boat violated their waters this morning, triggering an armed confrontation with Cuban border guard troops. 4 people on the vessel were killed and at least 6 people were hurt. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Jawan Strader. We have live team coverage for you tonight. NBC6's Lorena Inclán joins us in the Keys with the latest developments. But we start with NBC6's Valerie Ryan, who joins us in Little Havana with more from U.S. officials. Valerie.
Let's see if this pulls it up. So here's about that. Apparently there is someone whose home was just a little bit outside of the search perimeter that they had. And I don't know, something like 2.5 miles. And they realized that they had something on their Ring video that the police never came to them and canvassed their neighborhood. And I say it kind of makes sense that they had some kind of search area. And then if they had found anything on that initial search, they probably would have expanded it. But most likely they didn't find anything. And so they had no reason to think that anybody else would have something useful. Or if they did, there was no way to prove who that was. But let's look at this video here.
Tonight, this new Ring camera footage obtained by Fox News Digital shows a car driving around 2:30 a.m. the night Nancy Guthrie was abducted. The sheriff's office says they're aware of the video, which was taken about 2.5 miles from her home and outside that 2-mile perimeter where investigators had asked for video. An FBI source tells NBC News since Nancy's disappearance, investigators have amassed 5,000 to 10,000 hours of footage that agents are now going through. It comes as the FBI is in the process of handing Nancy's home back over to Savannah and her family. 2 law enforcement sources tell NBC News that after weeks of extensively searching the property,
and people are being critical of that too. They gotta hand it back over to them sometime. I'm sorry, but you don't just do people realize that you do not keep property for a year? Do they understand that? I don't think they do. I think they think that the police should just keep it indefinitely.
Investigators no longer feel a need to seal the home off as a crime scene or restrict the family's access. Nancy Street also now closed down to public parking, limiting the media presence outside the home. This will now be the second time the property has been returned to the family. 2 days after Nancy's abduction, the Pima County Sheriff announces investigators had completed their search.
The scene is done.
Tonight, this new Ring camera footage obtained by Fox News Digital shows a car driving around 2:30 a.m. the night Nancy Guthrie was abducted. The sheriff's office says they're aware of the video, which was taken about 2.5 miles from her home.
I don't know how much good it's going to be to investigators unless they, based on that, they go back and they check other people's in the neighborhood to see if one might have a better shot of the vehicle than that. I mean, if they don't, I don't know how much good that thing is going to do. You know, it's really bizarre to watch people try to almost follow this in real time. They want to be able to follow this in real time, and most of the time, investigations just don't work that way. See how good of a view
Tonight,
this
this
is.
new Ring camera footage obtained by Fox News Digital shows a car driving around 2:30 a.m. the night Nancy Guthrie was abducted. The sheriff's office says they're aware of the video, which was taken about 2.5 miles from her home and outside that 2-mile perimeter where investigators had asked for video. An FBI source tells NBC News since Nancy's disappearance, investigators have amassed 5,000 to 10,000 hours of footage that agents are now going through. It comes as the FBI is in the process of handing Nancy's home back over to Savannah and her family.
Let's see if we can kind of slow this down some. I think it is possible to do that here.
Tonight, this new Ring camera.
I don't know. So I'm gonna want to turn off the sound here. Even slow down. Man, that car is going so forking fast. I'm curious about what the reflection, about why it was so reflective in the back. To me, it looks like it's some kind of I didn't say caravan, and that's not the correct word. Even slowed down, it's very hard to tell what kind of vehicle that is for sure. Even though it's black and white, I'm thinking that's what white, very light colors tend to look like. So it's a very light color, I believe. What is this thing? Stop. Let's see what he has to say here. Mail. Gosh, he's going to use a video cleaner.
stay a little bit longer. You guys can give your thoughts on the video and stuff. Should we do that? I need to close out these windows, man. I'm like, I'm disoriented with all these tabs open. Use Adobe Studio. I have Adobe tabs open. Use Adobe Studio. I have Adobe. I don't use it. I use a different editor. The chat says, wow, it's almost 50-50. You guys drive me nuts. I'm going to screenshot the poll. Yeah, actually looks better on my vertical on my phone. Let me screenshot this poll. Oh my gosh. Never fails. For the new people on my channel, we kind of have like this running joke. Because in the past, I'll be like, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to watch this? Do you want to watch that? Do you want to cover this trial? Do you want to cover that topic, whatever? And it's like 50-50. And then I'm stuck in the middle and people are upset with me. I don't know what to pick. I pick one, I lose half of the people. I pick the other, lose the half of them. And it's always like 50-50.
Oh, goodness. Just choose something.
And I get screwed. So I'm hesitant sometimes with the poll. Okay, let's do some calls. Let me open up the line so I can like mess around with the editing. I remember how to do this. Do that. Voice. Okay. Call in line. There we go. Post show. Max calls. I don't know. Maybe like 6. Call in.
Yeah, let's see.
I'm gonna mute the desktop for a second.
Thank you for calling Call-In Studios host and call.
Hello? Yeah. Okay. All right.
This is a crazy story. This is crazy. Let's look at something Nate the lawyer.
And can manage your callers from the Call-In Studio web interface.
So the call-in number, let me put it out there now.
The video on.
Let me make sure I don't put the wrong.
Take a close look at Charlie missing.
This is my 12-year-old son, Charlie.
His friends knock on door after door, hoping to find his son. The FBI police working together to find him.
It is. I've been going door to door since he disappeared.
A few moments later.
With me is his father, Charlie Bothell. Charlie, we're getting reports that your son has been found in your basement. Sir? Mr. Bothell, are you...
What?
Yeah, we are getting reports that your son has been found alive in your basement.
What?
Breaking news in the case of missing 12-year-old Charlie Bothell. We have word at this hour that he has been found alive and well. This is from Police Chief James Craig in the basement of his father's home, Joanne, on Nicollet Place. That's near Lafayette Park on the city's east side.
What an incredible development.
A few moments later.
I would hope that the father, who is now doing a show on Nancy Grace, that someone would interrupt the show and advise him that the location you just left, your home, your son was downstairs.
They thought my son was dead, man. I want to see my son.
A few moments later.
A somewhat stunning turn of events today in the case against Charlie Bothell.
And today he pleaded guilty to some lesser charges of abusing his young son, Charlie.
How do you plead, sir?
Only Local 4 cameras were there today as Charlie Bothell, the fourth, took a plea deal before Judge Margaret Van Houten.
Okay, so this is an old story, but it's still crazy. Let's talk about Charlie Bothell. let's be honest. In today's world, the math isn't adding up lately. Between the grocery store and those skyrocketing insurance premiums, even with a steady job, more families are being forced to rely on high-interest credit cards to cover simple expenses. Now, if you're a homeowner caught up in that cycle, carrying balances with interest rates in the 20s and 30s, it's time to get some relief. Right now, mortgage rates are at a 3-year low, and my friends at American Financing are helping homeowners pay off those high-interest debts at rates that are in the low 5s. Now, their salary-based mortgage consultants don't just push loans. They build strategies for debt. On average, they're saving their customers $800 a month. Plus, if you start today, you may even be able to delay your next 2 mortgage payments. There are no upfront fees or obligations to find out how much you can save. America's home for home loans is American Financing. APR rates in the 5 start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. NMLS number 182334. Now, for more information, call 866-336-5030. That's 866-336-5030. Or go to AmericanFinancing.net/Nate the Lawyer. So this is Charlie Bothell the fourth. He's a registered nurse from Detroit, and back in June 2014, he and his wife Monique called police to say their 12-year-old son, Charlie the fifth, was missing.
Take a close look at Charlie missing.
This is my 12-year-old son, Charlie.
His friends knock on door after door, hoping to find his son. The FBI police working together to find him.
Tonight, a little boy is missing. Take a look at him. Charlie Bothell, father of the missing child. Is it true that you have been going door to door trying to get people to help you find your son?
It is. I've been going door to door since he disappeared.
All right, so what happened to Charlie? Well, the family said Charlie ran away from home because he was told to do some exercises.
Attorney Mark Magidson addressing a number of questions, like the child's strict diet and exercise plan implemented, the attorney says, because Charlie had been obese.
Mr. Bothell, who's a registered nurse, put him on a diet of non-fried foods and an exercise program on an elliptical.
The stepmom told police she had caught him shortchanging his workout regime, and in a statement to police wrote, quote, "It's my belief that Charlie no longer wanted to talk to his dad about him being in trouble, and rather than be lectured about respect and personal responsibility, he would rather leave."
So the story is this kid ran away from home because he didn't want to continue the workout routine. That's what they were selling at the time. But now police wanted to do a search of the property just to make sure everything was on the up and up. So the father and mother decided to let police do what's known as a consensual search of the property.
I talked with the father earlier this last week, and he said that police officers found a stash of money that was in Charlie's bedroom, so they obviously searched the home. We know at least at one point in time that they came in and searched the house entirely. And then those canines searched not only the home, but then they followed a trail to nearby Lafayette Park. And then they say that's when the scent went cold.
We've been on the lookout for him. We searched that entire house repeatedly. The FBI searched, the Detroit police searched. We've all searched. God, they brought dogs, everything. Everybody is searched. What?
Now, one of the things police found during that consensual search was they found blood in the boy's room, and they also found blood on his clothes.
Focus really, though, was on the blood. The blood found both in the boy's room and on the kids' clothes that were inside the townhouse.
So now, you got a missing child, bloody clothes, blood in his room. What are you thinking? These parents could have done something to this child. If he ran away, why is there blood everywhere in the house? So police, finding blood in the kid's room and on his clothes, thought this could be a homicide case and went to a judge and got a search warrant for the Bothell's house. Now, police wanted to execute the search warrant when Bothell was not at home. So, conveniently, Bothell was scheduled to go on Nancy Grace's show, and while he was in studio with Nancy Grace doing an interview, police raided his home.
Police came to the Bothell home this afternoon to serve a search warrant, believing that young Charlie was dead, the victim of a homicide, after sources say blood was found inside the home.
Key news tonight, 12-year-old Charlie Bothell has been found safe moments ago in the basement of his own home.
He had been missing for 11 days, and police had feared a possible homicide.
There's no way he could have erected this makeshift area of concealment, I'll call it. He certainly was excited to see us. I had a chance to actually talk and embrace Charlie. Very excited to see us. I mean, this is a great story.
It really is a great story because just earlier today, you folks said that you had not ruled out that he could be a victim of a homicide. So what does this mean in terms of the investigation? Are the parents now being questioned? What's happening next?
And this was, in fact, the fourth time we've been to this location. In one of our visits, we came with a cadaver dog. So we're not certain that Charlie was here doing those visits, not certain at all. And I am not certain that the investigators, they may have made contact with the parents. I would hope that the father, who is now doing a show on Nancy Grace, that someone would interrupt the show and advise him that the location you just left, your home, your son was downstairs.
And the mom has disappeared. Do you not find this a little odd?
I find a lot of things odd.
So as you heard the chief just say, hold on, the father's on Nancy Grace right now. They should stop the show and tell him we found his son in the house. So that's what Nancy Grace did.
Out to the father of the missing 12-year-old boy, Charlie. With me is his father, Charlie Bothell. Charlie, we're getting reports that your son has been found in your basement. Sir?
Oh my gosh.
Mr. Bothell, are you
What?
Yeah, we are getting reports that your son has been found alive in your basement.
What?
Yes, that's what, if you could hand me that wire very quickly. Yeah, we're getting that right now from how could your son be alive in your basement?
Oh shit! I have no idea.
Now, this is just a report that we are hearing out of Detroit that we're trying to confirm. Everybody in New York, please get on it. Let me know when we get Charlie Langton from WWJ. Sir, did you check your basement?
Now, also in the basement, along with his son, he had a marijuana grow operation going on down there.
Then, in a moment that stunned every reporter covering the case, an FBI agent called to the stand by the defense said there was a marijuana grow operation in the Bothel's basement.
And what are these 3 squares off to the right?
Those are rows that were part of the grow operation.
What is a grow operation?
It's a marijuana operation for cultivating plants.
Now, they're not really worried about a little bit of personal weed that he's growing for himself, whatever. But doctors did check out the kid and found some signs of abuse, bruising and other marks like that.
Doctors checked him out and found signs of abuse, bruising and marks on his body. Abuse, they say, came at the hands of his father and his stepmother.
For anybody to imply that I somehow knew that my son was in the basement, it's absurd and it's wrong. I love my son.
So, kid disappears for 11 days, blood on his clothes, blood in his room, signs of abuse. Obviously, they charge the parents.
Mother and stepmother of Charlie Bothell are facing torture and child abuse charges tonight. You'll remember little Charlie disappeared for 11 days this past summer, only to be found in his father's basement.
11 days after he reported his son missing. And little Charlie would later tell investigators that his dad often hit him with a PVC pipe and that it was his stepmom who ordered him to stay hidden in the basement.
Count 2, which is child abuse 2nd degree, maximum penalty is 10 years in prison. Understand that count?
Yes, Your Honor.
Charlie Bothell IV and his wife Monique Dillard Bothell stood side by side as they were both arraigned this morning on felony charges of child abuse and torture in the case involving Mr. Bothell's son.
So now it's time to go to trial, and Mr. Bothell is facing a life sentence for torture and child abuse. But he comes to an agreement with the prosecutors to plead guilty to 4th-degree child abuse, and he has to say in open court that he beat his son with a PVC pipe.
Somewhat stunning turn of events today today in the case against Charlie Bothell.
And today he pleaded guilty to some lesser charges of abusing his young son, Charlie.
The people have offered Mr. Bothell an opportunity to plead guilty to child abuse in the 4th degree, and the people would agree to dismiss upon the acceptance of the plea of child abuse in the 2nd degree. The people have agreed to a sentence of a term of probation and other terms to be determined and set by this court.
That's correct. And who was swearing, Mr. Bothell, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter not going to be before the court to be the truth? Thank you.
No, we don't object. As to the factual basis, I had a little bit of a hard time hearing this. Did he say he used it to discipline, or that he used it to, but he used it to assault him, correct? He hit him with it.
He disciplined him and he hit him with him. Yeah.
All right. I was having...
Let's hear Mr. Bothell. Did you hit your son Charlie the 5th with the PVC pipe? Yes.
At this time we have no objection to proceeding.
Now, I told you, this story was pretty insane. 12-year-old missing boy, he's gone for 11 days. Next thing you know, he's found in his father's basement after police think that he may be dead. He's barricaded, bruised up, there's marijuana growing down there, and everything goes to heck. Now, just to be clear, he's admitted to hitting the kid with the PVC pipe. He's got a criminal record, but he's out of money. He's lost his job as a nurse. So, what does he do? He sues Nancy Grace.
It has been a long and difficult time for Charlie Bothell. You recognize him here. This is one of his court appearances. And, you know, he faced torture charges with his son, also child abuse charges, lost his job as a registered nurse, also separated from his wife, apparently living with family in West Bloomfield. But then there is this lawsuit filed today against Nancy Grace.
Son has been found in your basement.
July 2014, while Detroit police and the FBI furiously searched for then 12-year-old Charlie Bothell V. Charlie IV makes his legendary appearance on the Nancy Grace Show.
I have no idea.
As uncomfortable as that is to watch, Charlie says his brush with Nancy Grace ruined his life, so he's suing her, looking for a payback. The complaint says, quote, the defendants broadcast to the world false information about the plaintiff, evidence and allegations against him, while accusing him of the most heinous possible crime, long-standing torture of his minor child, Charlie Bothell V. Her saying things like, quote, that there were markings all over Charlie Bothell V's body that correspond to a particular PVC pipe used by Mr. Bothell IV to beat his son and make all of those markings on his body. Plaintiff's reputation, economic opportunities, mental and emotional well-being, and his family were all irreparably harmed by defendant's malicious and reckless defamation, end quote. But this video of Charlie's child abuse guilty plea in court last month might prove a problem.
He disciplined him and he hit it with him. Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Let's
hear Mr. Bothell say. Did you hit your son Charlie the 5th with the PVC pipe?
Yes. So, just so we're all on the same page, this case was 12 years ago. Pretty interesting case where it seems like the father was trying to get some type of sympathy from the public. I don't know why the wife was involved. None of this story makes any sense. But here is a condensed timeline so you guys can leave and understand what this story seemingly is all about. My name is Nate the Lawyer. I'm out. Peace.
Take a close look at Charlie missing.
This is my 12-year-old son, Charlie.
His friends knock on door after door, hoping to find his son.
Going door to door since he disappeared.
His dad agreed to take a polygraph test. Reports say the test results were inconclusive.
The police came to the Bothell home this afternoon to serve a search warrant, believing that young Charlie was dead, the victim of a homicide, after sources say blood was found inside the home. Police were shocked to find the boy in a basement area.
What?
Yeah, we are getting reports that your son has been found alive in your basement.
What?
I would hope that the father, who is now doing a show on Nancy Grace, that someone would interrupt the show and advise him that the location you just left, your home, your son was downstairs.
Sir, did you check your basement?
I checked my basement. The FBI checked my basement.
Here's Dad. Here's Dad. Here's the dad.
Did you know that he was in the basement?
Man, no, I didn't know that he was in the basement. want to see my son. Go ahead.
Police have not ruled out child abuse, but no charges have been filed.
No, we don't object. It's the factual basis. I had a little bit of a hard time hearing this. Did he say he used it to discipline, or that he used it to, but he used it to assault him, correct? He hit him with it.
You disciplined him and you hit it with him, yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I was hitting...
Let's hear Mr. Bottles say. Did you hit your son Charlie the fifth with the PVC pipe?
Yes.
Charlie, we're getting reports that your son has been found in your basement.
Look at her face. I can't get over the look
Sir?
on her face.
But as she passes by that car, she's looking right at that taillight.
She left behind her dildo. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's now 5:46 a.m. and we know that Kerry Roberts insisted on going back to John's house. Can anyone decipher what they were saying? Okay, here we go. We have more video from John O'Keefe's Ring camera. This is pointing at his driveway. We are not only going to see when Karen Read leaves the house, we're also going to see when she comes back with Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe. Let's watch. And here is yet another great shot of that taillight, and clearly it's functioning and not nearly as destroyed as the prosecution shown us at Trial 1 and Trial 2.
Oh, this is from 9 days ago. Okay. Well, I've been online for 4 hours now. I think I'm ready to call it. Later, everyone. Bye.